Yo, 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 yo. Let's go. Let's go. What are we listening to? Oh shit. It's like a movie scene. Wow. Dude, thank you, Eugene, for the membership gift. Super chat. Let's go. Do, 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 do. It's our temporary music playlist while I sort that out. Do, 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 do. Dude, it does sound a little bit like a church choir, doesn't it? It's funky, dude. It does have a 70s vibe. Here comes the big turn. Dude, it absolutely reminds me of Top Gun. Right? It reminds me of the scene when she's in her Carmen Gia, you know, racing to go find him, to tell him this part, that guitar tone is very reminiscent. Oh, the big moment. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Epidemic Sound. We appreciate you. We appreciate you bringing the jams while I sort out the music situation. Because that was the only good thing about Twitch was how they had it set up with 2 audio channels. So you could send the music you were playing to a channel that never hit the VOD. Which, when I look at it, it's basically Twitch creating something that allows people to abuse copyright on the platform. Of course, Jeff Bezos doesn't want to pay any of the artists, right? You know what I mean? So now, guys, I tried the ultra low latency. So everybody, I'm going to say the number 1. Type the number 1 in chat when I say 1. Okay, you ready? 1. All right. That was pretty quick. All right, now 2. All right. So it's just a couple seconds behind. Nice. Okay, let's go. What was the poll? There was no poll. I was just testing to see what the latency was like, right? Testing to see what the latency was like. Also, somebody yesterday asked about like Cash App. So there's the Cash App address is up there on the top of the screen. I know some people were requesting that yesterday. So we're giving the people what they want. There it is. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Dude, what a fucking day, bro. Dude, me moving up. Yeah, I mean, Twitch banned me, dude. Like, over something stupid. And so, what are you going to do? If I ever need any free networking advice, all right, let's go. Now you get to delete Twitch. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave Twitch. I do. I think I'm just going to bounce. I think that is the play, right? I think that's the play. That actually like is what I want to do. Because man, there was like, they took away our ad revenue. They're creating this whole extreme political language sort of tag that they're going to apply on anyone that they want to silence. Right? So I think I might just do the jump and just let Twitch die and say, man, we had a good run, right? Because we did have a great run. But I've had some problems with Twitch for a couple of years now, guys. This is not a new thing. Like I've had some issues with Twitch for a while, for a couple of years. Right? You know what I mean? Like definitely have had, you've never gone on Twitch? I mean, dude, Twitch is not bad, right? It's not bad. It's just, there we go. Twitch is not bad. It's just, like they have some issues. They have some issues. Dude, let's go, Nemo. Let's go, baby. I feel like they have some leadership issues that they're grappling with at the moment. Hold on, I'm going to do something here real quick. I'm going to bring that over and bring that over. There we go. There we go. Sorry. Fixing the chat. Let's go. Dude, talks. Let's go, baby. Yeah, no, they're having some leadership issues. I mean, you got to understand though, I came in on Twitch in 2019 and so Twitch was like, I came in right as Twitch was becoming sort of like mainstream, right? It had not been mainstream. And then it mainstreamed right around like the Ninja and Fortnite eras, which was like 2017 to 2019 is when it became a mainstream thing. And so I was in on that sort of mainstreaming of it, right? But what's that's funny, Clarissa. But it's just a lot different now. Right? I don't know. It's a lot different now. They have changed over the years. They're not as I mean, one of the things I always prided about them was their free speech protection and their protection of like a diverse marketplace of ideas, to use Elon Musk's little thing. But I think with the interactions I've had with them, I would just not want to, I just don't want to go back, right? You know what I'm saying? We're just going to let that one die. We're going to just let it die, baby. Which is too bad, because I know a lot of people built like many years of like subscription, or maybe we'll like stream there every once in a while. But I'm definitely going to make this the main, right? My experience at YouTube has been good, right? It's been good. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Like YouTube is hard, right? What about the gamer trolls? Yeah, I mean, I guess they're going to be on their own. You know, I don't think they're going to find us over here. But so what a day, man. They voted. Did they vote on the big bullshit bill or not? They voted. So they voted for cloture. So they voted for cloture. All right. There it is. They voted 51-49 to move forward. All right. After days of heated debate and complaints, Thune is barreling forward. All Republicans, but Rand Paul and Tom Tillis ultimately voted yes. So, dude, that's crazy. That means no way, bro. So that means Susan Collins voted for this shit, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, concerned Susan? What in the actual fuck, bro? I saw somebody like, right? Nobody's like putting up a fight. I mean, you got to understand though that like, dude, yeah, Murkowski did too. See, I don't understand why they would do that, because this bill is like polling terribly. Everybody knows that people are going to get hit with this thing. Like, why would they do that? What is there? I don't even understand why they would do that. So the Democrats are forcing the reading of the bill, which at least, right? So the reading of it is good. I like that move. I felt like the move to read it is actually really important, because now it does slow it down, but also though it's putting an oral record. Okay, it is putting it on the record. Everything in that bill is now in sound and able to be played. Okay, and so think about this. When this shit, if they pass this thing and it starts gutting shit, they're going to use those words. They're going to bring those words back. Yeah. See, I don't know, man. So, dude, Rand Paul and Tom Tillis are the only ones that like voted no. So the holdouts were promised a vote on an amendment that would reduce the federal matching share for some new Medicaid enrollees. Dude, Wilbro, let's go. Dude, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's fucking go, boss. That means a lot, man. Are they reading the bill right now? All right, let's find this. Let's find this bill, shall we? Are they reading it on C-SPAN?
Joint battle management capabilities for $400 million for the expansion of advanced command and control tools to combatant commands and military departments. $100 million for the development of.
I'm just gonna leave this on in the background while we're talking about it.
6.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mute it, but but let's go. So, Tom Tillis, Ron Johnson, and Rand Paul. Did Ron Johnson vote no? Yeah, this is Lankford. Dude, remember, guys, Lankford is the dude who killed his own immigration bill. Like this guy right here. Dude, this guy sitting up here right here, he killed his own immigration bill to help Trump win the election. Okay? Now, I don't know, man. I don't understand what's going on with this. I am like truly flabbergasted, because there's so much of this bill that is like gnarly. I don't understand. I mean, you've seen it, right? Where is it? It was a Ron Filipkowski tweet, okay, today that said, where was it? Dude, he said, where is it? He tweeted something that I thought was interesting that showed some polls, right? Right here. Polls show, look at this. Even Elon Musk is against this bill. Okay? Elon Musk is like, right? Now, I'm not saying I trust Elon Musk because Elon Musk brought us to this point. Without Elon Musk funding Trump and funding all these motherfuckers, we wouldn't even be here dealing with this bill. So for Elon, like, you know what I'm saying? For Elon to now be like saying, oh, right? Seeing, oh, this bill is so bad. He's so disappointed. It's like, dude, you fucking clown. You're the reason we're here. Elon is the reason we're here. But he says that polls show that this bill is political suicide for the Republican Party. Dude, Marcus, thank you for the membership, baby. Let's go. Dude, this bill is political suicide for the Republican Party. Look at these polls, okay? It's got a 37%, right? Right? This is the all voters. So I'm a little confused about the poll here, right? Oh, if they agree or disagree with Elon Musk. Got it. So Elon Musk says it's going to devastate, right? Elon Musk says it's going to devastate, and so it's a 37% approval rating, right? 37%. 43% hard GOP, 36% medium GOP, 34% toss up, right? Centrist Democrat. So, dude, that means not even their own party likes this thing. Not one of these groups like pulled this out. Okay? This is insane, dude. This is insane. Like nobody, I mean, here's a couple things we do know. Okay? Here's a couple things we do know. One, we know that there are significant Medicare and SNAP cuts. Okay? That we know. That there's significant Medicare and SNAP cuts that are offset with a significant tax cut for the wealthiest people. So Bezos spends, right? Bezos spends, $25 million on his wedding, on his $500 million yacht, and he's going to get a fat tax cut. And a whole bunch of poor people in America are going to lose their health care and their SNAP benefits. Okay, the other thing we know about this bill is even though it's a budget bill, right, they're doing reconciliation, there's a whole bunch of funding going into those masked, like identificationless marauders that are, trolling our streets looking for brown people to disappear. Okay, it's huge amounts of money going into expanding ICE. And those people that are going to get hired are Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, right? Just degenerate MAGA types. So, the white supremacists are getting a good chunk of money out of this thing as well. Now, I don't know what's up with the AI moratorium. Have you guys? Yeah, the public land, the thing that Mike Lee from Utah, that did get nixed. The parliamentarian pulled. Some of these things did get pulled. Yeah, can somebody just give Zoodles a Discord link? Like, guys asked like 5 times. Grab a link, baby. Let's go. Dude, I mean, you know what you could do? Is it in a description? It should be in the description of the videos, right? Is it in the video description? Hold on, let me see here. Let me look and see if it's in a video description. I should just put it in the description of the live, right? Oh shit, I don't have it in there. Dude, thank you though for that, because I'm going to put one in there. I'm going to put one in the videos and the lives, so it'll always be in there. All right? I'll get you. I appreciate that. Thanks for the reminder on that, because I can hook that up. Dude, proletariat. Let's go, baby. Thank you. And thank you. Is that New Zealand? That's from New Zealand, right? Let's go. Dude, let's go. And Ron Allen, welcome. Cyberpunk, we appreciate you. So what is Discord? So Aaron, Discord is like, it's like a chat server, okay? So I have a Discord, okay? And yes, I will pin that message. Let me see. Oh, I got to move my fucking chat over here. All right. There you go. There it is. We have pinned that message. So anybody who wants to join the Discord. So Discord is a chat server, right? It is a chat server that is kind of like in the old days, we called them bulletin boards. Dude, Andrew, let's go, baby. So it's like a server where everybody who hangs out in the chats can collect, and you can continue chatting when there's no stream, right? And we have a section in there. Here, I'll show you what it is, okay? It's this, all right? So what it is I used to have it for gaming. I am currently switching it over, but it is basically, it has a general chat where you can discuss things. You get a little welcome message when you join. Then there's a react on stream section where if there's something you want me to cover politically, you put it in there. We have a news article section. There's a section for memes, right? And a little protest and organizing section where you can find out about the latest. And, you know, you can share music you love and what have you. And so, yeah, so it's pretty cool. But it's a place to sort of keep the discussions going when I'm not on stream, and to bring content that you want me to cover. And it's a place where you can get notifications about everything, right? You hate social media? Yeah, Marcus, I get it. I get why you hate social media, and you're not wrong. You know what's really interesting though? What's really interesting like this is because I have this discussion with my son a lot because he's 20 and he has grown up in a world that only knows social media. And so he doesn't like it because he feels like it's made people too reliant upon it, right? It's made people don't like what he said when he briefly went to college. And when he was in college, he said that at the end of class, you walk out and it was 80 students on their phones, right? That nobody even talked. Like I went to UCLA in the 80s and it was this big social experience. And he was like, Dad, you don't understand. Everybody, it walks out of class and nobody's talking to one another anymore. Like everybody is literally just, you know, on their phones and shit. Right. And so that's pretty crazy. You know what I mean? That like, isn't that wild? Sorry, I'm getting my windows straight here. And let me go to the all chats. There we go. All right. Yeah. So, dude. Oh, Fuzi, let's go. Oh, thank you so much. That is crazy. Let's go. Oh, man. That's a big one. Let's go. Dude, I have to change that sound now, right? Because that was a Twitch-based sound. I'm going to have to re-record the audio. Fuzi, thank you so much, right? Like, that is amazing. And I know you have dropped supers before under the videos and like some big ones, and that's so huge. Like, thank you so much. Like, you guys don't understand how much I appreciate this, because for 2 years, I sort of started moving out of gaming 2 years ago. And so I lost all my income. And, you know, my mom had passed away in 2021 and her house sold. So all 7 of us kids got like $20,000. And that was the only way I was able to do this YouTube channel, was that $20,000 came at a time when I was living on my American Express card. And so it's been right. And I mean, I stream every day and then I edit multiple videos every day. So I haven't been able to like work a job too. I've just been like doing this like crazy. And so it's like huge. Like I'm finally like close to paying my bills again. And so it's, no, this has been full time. I've been full timing this for a year. I did it sort of like part time, was still gaming so I could pay the bills. I did that for a year. And then I originally, like, the channel was different. It was called Politics of Humanity. And then I had this editor and we did some videos and we did some shorts. And then I scrapped the whole channel because it wasn't really taking. And then I came up with the name Political Punk. And then I started fresh. So it's been like a 2-year sort of like fits and starts. But you know, when I stopped gaming a year ago, it got pretty crazy. But I knew it was like election year. It was like, you know, I had to do it. It was now or never. And that's when I realized, all right, I'm just going all in. I just am putting all my chips in. And here we are, you know, and in February or in March, or no, February. In February of 2025 was the first month that I made more than my monthly bills. So, right? So I escaped, right? We're like getting by, right? And now we're like, that was a big month right after the inauguration. So we're not regularly making more than I'm spending yet, but we're close. So, dude, thank you so much, though. That is huge. Dude, I'm glad to be here. I'm not going back to Twitch, man. Fuck them. Fuck Twitch, bro. But, dude, hey, man, Zoodles, you're contributing just by being here. Don't forget it. Anyone who wants to join the Discord, that message is pinned up there. All right? And fuck them. Yeah, fuck them, dude. Dude, they don't want me. You know what's funny, though, is because I'm terrible to think about this, but I'm like, Jenny, if I leave Twitch and when I go to YouTube, if I leave Twitch, when I go to YouTube and this thing blows up and this thing is a thing, like, I am going to go seek out the CEO of Twitch and I'm going to go right up to his face and fucking tell him a little something. Right? You know what I mean? I will. I'm a little petty like that. I'll be like, son, you fucked up, bro. You fucked up, right? You should have known what you had, but you don't. I mean, a lot of people don't, dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, no, it is a Bezos property. And you know what it is, though, guys, is Twitch doesn't make money, okay? They are still not making money. This is their, right? The new CEO took over and it just doesn't make money. It's a huge fail, bro, right? It is still making no money. Your dad, before he passed, said, keep every door open. Yeah, Elf, I think that's great advice for your dad, right? Your dad gives great advice, but I close some doors and I don't fucking care either. I don't keep every door open. I sometimes slam them, dude. Fuck it. Right? I mean, and I don't complain, though. I don't complain later, right? But let's go. That one will not be open. I still have plenty of people at Twitch that like me, but the CEO's not one of them. But dude, screw him, bro. I'm serious. Like he's not, I don't know, man. He's not transparent. There's something going on there. There's like the lack of profitability with it. They're doing some shady shit where they're kind of defrauding advertisers. And I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like non-transparent businesses I don't like. Yeah. Well, yeah, Bradshaw. So Trump is going to go after, right? Trump is going to go after Tom Tillis. He's also going after Thomas Massie. All right. He's not going to go after Rand Paul because Rand Paul is untouchable, right? But Trump won't go after anybody who can really put up a fight. He's going after the two guys that he thinks are weak enough. But I don't think it's going to really work. But yeah, dude, this is though the thing, guys. Why would everybody vote for a bill that's going to be political suicide? Now, you ready, guys? You ever wonder, you read a study? Oh yeah, Nurse Joy, you're not wrong. Like there's CEOs are sociopaths. That's the thing that's crazy, right? That's why, when you look at like the Luigi United Healthcare Brian Thompson thing, it's so startling because obviously Brian Thompson, the head of United Healthcare who was murdered, he was clearly a sociopath. United Healthcare was killing 100,000 people, right? But they were doing it for the sake of the shareholders where it's not considered a crime. And yes, you have to be a sociopath to go in and just decimate people's lives and not care because you're moving that money into the pockets of other people who don't fucking need money. You know what I'm saying? But like, dude, so here's the thing. So let's think about this, guys, okay? Because there's a number of ways to look at this. Like one is it's possible that they're voting for this bill because they believe that there's going to be no more like fair elections, okay? That's possible that they believe that this, right? That could be that they think, you know what? There's not going to be any more elections and this is going to, we have nothing to worry about. I think that's possible because, right, that they may try that. But I have another theory, guys. You ready? I have another theory, guys. You want to hear my theory? Mine's a little less doom and gloom. But what if they're voting for this bill to sink Trump? Right? What if they're doing it to sink him? Because it could very well be that they're like, yep, there's going to be no elections and they're all guaranteed their spot. But even then, that would put everybody in Congress at risk if Trump didn't like them, right? So nobody would be safe. But like, if this is political suicide for the Republican Party, they're almost guaranteeing that the Dems win the House in 2026 and maybe the Senate. And if that happens, Trump is fucked. He's going to be impeached. He's going to be deeply investigated. All the corruption with his meme coin and whatever deals he's got with people will come out. Like everything will be fucking, gutted. So that was one of the things I thought, that maybe some of these senators like Murkowski and Susan Collins are like, fuck it. Let's commit suicide for the right. And no, YouTube censors, that's not what I meant. You hear that? No. They're saying let's commit political suicide, right? Commit political fucking chaos. No, dude, I don't want to get pinged by some fucking AI or some shit, right? Dude, AT2, let's go. Dude, let's go. Thank you for not being anti-black. Well, let's go, A2. Yeah, there's no way in hell I'm not going to be anti anybody, especially not anti people of color, man. I've grown up, AT2, I've grown up living in once we moved out of Wisconsin, we lived in LA. I always lived in mixed race neighborhoods, and especially LA, there's like a lot of people of color. There's more people of color than there are white people. So I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you got a safe space. But like, what if, right? What if they're just purposely doing this to sink this, to give the House back to the Democrats? I mean, you never know, man. You never know. Something is up though. Dude. Rachel, let's go. You're in Portland too? Nice. I'm in Portland as well. Right? Love Portland. I mean, I don't love the weather. I don't like rain, but I like the city itself. I've been here for a while. You can't give them that much credit. They've wanted these policies for decades. Oh, yeah. Well, no, Mike, I'm not giving all of them that credit. I'm giving some of the people that credit who really like don't want this shit. Because there are some people here, right? There are some people here that will be significantly affected by this thing, right? Dick Strange, let's go. That's me. For those of you wondering about the Dick Strange reference, that was a TV show I made in 2018. Rochester, let's go. Let's go. Dude, Fieldy, let's go, baby. Dude, my chat keeps sinking me, bro. All the love sank the chat. And I will figure that out tomorrow too. Okay? I will. I'm going to figure that out because I'm going to start using my chat over on the other computer. But so I'm going to have chat rolling on the second computer. Dude, YouTube's chat is killing. I'm going to say this though, guys. You ready? I'm making an executive decision that's going to happen starting tomorrow. And here's what it is, okay? Don't be I hope you guys aren't too upset about this, but it's going to make, I'm trying to make more videos a day. I want to do like 5 or 6 videos a day instead of 2 or 3. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the chat from the screen, since there is a chat like that you can open up with the screen. I'm going to remove the on-screen chat, and I'm going to make the camera bigger, right? So you're just going to see like bigger me, right? It's sort of not exactly a 50-50, but almost like a 50-50 screen, right? And then that way I won't have to blow up the camera and shit, and it'll make it a lot easier for me to edit in other things too, right? Don't burn myself out. Oh, Aaron, don't worry about me. I won't burn myself out because I don't. I mean, even today I did 1 video and 1 short, and I didn't do 3 videos today because Jenny and I had extra massage time. We were watching a couple episodes of The Bear. We went and saw F1. We went and saw F1 with Brad Pitt. Really good movie. Fuck, that movie was great. But like I have a really unfucking like I have a really unusual amount of energy. I have a ridiculous amount of energy. It's like inhuman how much energy I have. It's problematic. Like what's crazy is Jenny's one of the only people on the planet who can be around me all the time and just not get overwhelmed by it. Like even my son, he's 20, and after being around, he's sometimes like, Dad, you're a little too much, bro. You're a little too, I have a lot of energy. It's a significant amount of mania. When do I sleep? I mean, I sleep, so today what I did was, here, you ready? I'll give you that. There we go. Thank you, Trumpy. So I sleep at like last night, what I did was I edited until about 5 in the morning, and then I slept on the floor. I have a pillow and a blanket because I like to sleep on the wood floor. Sometimes I have a weird thing. I like to sleep on hard floors. So I slept for about an hour on the wood floor, and then I finished my editing, and then I went to bed from like 10 to like 2 or 9 to like 2, 8 to 2, something like that. Do I take supplements? No, I take some vitamins, like a vitamin B and a probiotic, but I have a super crazy mania. I'm like really manic. But I don't get like super depression, which is, I feel really lucky about. I do get a little bit of depression, but like, I don't get like manic depressives. I don't have those crazy swings. But I have a mania that is ridiculous. And I've always had it. Like my mom used to have a nickname for me because I used to just like run through the house when I was little. I was just scooting around the house all the time and just, like interfacing, trying to interface with everybody. I'm good at parties, right? I'm good at parties. I am, dude. Parties and those types of things, I'm like, I excel at that shit. Yeah, man. So, I mean, this is going to be a disaster, right? Look at what Elon is saying, too. The latest Senate draft bill will destroy millions of jobs in America, cause immense strategic harm to our country, utterly insane and destructive. It gives handouts to industries of the past while severely damaging industries of the future. And dude, this is what's crazy, okay? Because, right? And oh, Aaron, see, that's rough. And good for you though. I'm glad you take what you need to take in order to deal with that shit. Because like if I had that, I would probably do the same thing. I'm lucky though. I have like a nonstop mania, and then I have little, like a couple of hours or a half a day of depression, or maybe a day of depression, and then the mania kicks back in. I've been really lucky I don't have a lot of the depression. And the mania never really gets me in too insane of a spot. But dude, so I mean, obviously Elon is not the big deal here. You know what I'm saying? Like Elon is, I don't take him as the end all be all. But this part right here, I think is important. Okay, because it says the new Senate draft raises taxes on all wind and solar projects that haven't begun construction today unless they're placed in service by the end of 2027 and navigate complex, likely unworkable requirements to prove that they don't use a drop of Chinese technology, I'm sure is what they say, right? Let's go look at Elon real quick, right? Let's go look at that, because I think this tweet right here, and a drop of Chinese materials. After that, the bill adds a new tax on wind and solar projects that can't prove the same. Okay? Now, this is a problem right here. Okay, guys? Because solar. Okay? Solar. Like, so I don't know if you guys are aware, but I use ChatGPT. I use it to analyze YouTube data that I input into it. I use it to analyze my thumbnails sometimes and help me sort of break down the central core themes of videos to help me like create my titles and explore titles and shit. So I use ChatGPT. I have another AI service, Runway, that I use for upscaling images and occasionally creating video or modifying things. Okay. I use AI obviously in Premiere Pro, text-based editing. Well, the primary thing that we're facing in this AI-driven world is a need for electricity. Okay. Now, you can generate electricity burning coal. Okay, but like that's not good. It poisons the area where the coal is being fucking dug out of the earth. It kills the fucking workers. The coal miners have a life expectancy of 49 for coal miners. Okay, and it destroys the environment, which increases ever increasing temperatures, which in turn makes the amount of water and power they need to cool down these data centers even more problematic if you're burning coal and heating up the environment and you're releasing a bunch of heat from these data centers. So we need electricity, and there's a massive cheap source of electricity called the sun. It's the fucking sun, bro. You know what I mean? I mean, we could be, like every house should have solar panels on it. I mean, there should be, these data centers could be using solar to power this shit. You know what I mean? And this is a real problem. So what's happening essentially here is Trump is tied to the legacy energy, if you will. oil donors, coal donors, right? He is tied to those shitty, fuel sources. And so he is, bringing back coal, and they're going to expand drilling, right? And then they're going to make it harder and like less efficient. They're basically thwarting the development of solar and wind power, and that fucking sucks, bro. It sucks. Right? And they're this part too. If you use any Chinese materials, but like, dude, not all these minerals can be had here, So it's also killing the tax credits to support domestic manufacturing of wind components and adding the same unworkable requirements to credits supporting U.S. solar and critical minerals. So basically what it's going to do is this bill is going to make it so the U.S. can't compete in clean energy. Dude, it's brutal. Kills the EV tax credits sooner than the House bill. All right, will destroy the battery manufacturing boom. Hundreds of thousands of jobs gone. And there's a new tax for metallurgical coal, right? So met coal producers get a new tax as well. So all of the fucking future industries, anything to do with minerals and clean energy is fucked, right? Right? But they're gonna frack gas. They're going to start drilling on public lands, and they're going to, kill a bunch of coal miners for nothing, for a broken back. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that brutal? Like, dude, that is brutal. Clean coal, yeah. Yeah. It's like a clean colon, right? Right? Clean colon. Oh, there's a clean colon. Right? Yeah, now, see, I was wondering about that. Is the AI moratorium still in here? I haven't really heard anything about that. Because there was the AI moratorium. Is it still in the Senate bill? Oh. So because that I think is crazy. Okay? They're and those of you who don't know, okay, the AI moratorium is, here's what it would do. Okay? It would set a 10-year period. Think about where AI is now and think about how it's like being expanded like crazy, right? And so the AI moratorium says no government in the US, okay? No state government, no local government, anywhere in the country can pass a bill regulating AI for 10 years, guys. Think about how insane that is. There's a brand new technology, and we're going to prevent any states or local municipalities from writing any bills. No bills like restricting or regulating AI. Only the federal government. That's it. Dude, isn't that crazy? That's fucking crazy. See, now, upside down, I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. I don't fear AI like teaching itself and learning because, and hear me out on this, I believe if AI were to take over the decision-making of the world, we would actually have a better world. I think we'd have a nicer, more humane world because I guarantee you the logic used in the computing of decisions from an AI is going to be much more humane than the Christian evangelicals in America. I shit you not, because the AI will look at data of like hungry people and it will feed them. It will look at the data of the homeless and it will start trying solutions to fix the homelessness. It won't sit there and say thoughts and prayers. It will always look at data and then try to execute any number of solutions to try and, solve the problem via the analysis of the data. And it will not be afraid to keep trying shit, okay? It won't just say, well, I'm sorry, but the Bible says I can't do this, and so you guys are just fucked, right? The Bible says the wealthy people need to get tax cuts, right? The Bible, I was reading the Bible last night, and it said Jeff Bezos needs another $500 million yacht, so fuck them starving people, right? Good old American Christianity, baby. Yeah. And yeah, I've spoken to Grok. I mostly use ChatGPT, but I have spoken to Grok. And dude, Elon though isn't that smart, guys. He's not. He like Elon is just a capitalist hustler, okay? He's good at projecting enough brilliance to get funding, okay? That's what he is. And believe me, if you go into the corporate world, you're going to see, right? If you go into the corporate world, you're going to see you're going to see a lot of people like that. I mean, if you look at Elon's history, it's pretty smarmy, right? He had like a Zip, what was it called? Zip 2 or something. So basically, Elon and his brother took an open source database and they slightly modified it as though it was this crazy, like, next generation technology. And then them and a bunch of other investor bros convinced Compaq to pay $330 million for their technology. Okay. And they all got rich. Now, hey guys, you ready? Have you heard of Compaq computers lately? No, you haven't. I'm pretty sure that deal was one of the things that precipitated the disappearance of Compaq. Okay. Because they spent $350 million on something that was fucking useless, that had no practical value. But then Elon got enough money to then buy into the whole PayPal thing. He was briefly a CEO until Thiel fired him, right? Peter Thiel fired him, and then PayPal took off, and then eventually he bought Tesla and forced the owners of Tesla out. But so he is just, he's just a hustler, right? He's one of those guys that is able to get in on, and, but I don't doubt that he's smart, but he is definitely not, he's not as smart as the people that are working for him, like not by a long shot. But I imagine though he provides some level of vision to the workers, right? I don't know exactly what he offers them. And maybe it's just like, his willingness to try all this crazy shit, right? Like, since he's good at finding money, they could try a whole bunch of shit. Like, it's easy to have an R&D department when you have like $15 billion coming in from the US government, right? And so if you're good at like getting those kinds of contracts, and you're good at getting, he obviously went into the future of tech. So he was like one of the first guys in on that. So he does have a little bit of vision, but he's a fucking degenerate, man. Yeah, well, no, Upside, you're not wrong. Is that there are plenty of people who are trying to use AI for negative reasons. You're not wrong about that. But I know this sounds crazy. Okay, you ready? I know this sounds crazy, and well, so Aaron, no, ChatGPT is actually free, depending on how much you use it, but you can do quite a bit for free. And then you can buy a paid one where you can use it more, but they definitely have a free plan as well. But so one of the things I wanted to say about this, and this is a little bit of personal information. Okay. Sorry. It just keeps going back to top chat. There we go. Let me fix that. But anyway, so for me, I started interacting with computers at a pretty young age. Okay. And I've always been like, I'm a performer, so I can go to a party and be the center of attention at a party. I can get on stage in front of any number of people and I can control that energy and give so much energy back to the crowd. I could do all of that shit as a performer, right? But I'm pretty awkward in my close personal relationships, okay? Because interacting with human beings when I'm not performing or not at the center under the spotlight is like really awkward for me. It feels really taxing. It's really awkward. I had a lot of trouble fitting in as a kid. I was way ahead of like my peers. I like in junior high went half a day to junior high, and then I rode my bike to the high school and I did a half a day in high school. So I was like accelerated. And so I had a lot of trouble fitting in with people. And I do have a couple of friends, but they're also artists that are super busy or they own their own businesses. So we do make time for each other, but it's not like, you know, I do a lot of work. I supplement like a lot of my social activity through social media. Okay. And for me, social media and things like Twitch, things like this, like, man, it's been really good for me, right? Like this kind of stuff, even here with this camera and you guys in chat, I have the connection I need and I have the creative life that I need. So I'm able to like work this project where like, man, I don't know if I'd want to work a project, you know what I'm saying, in an office with 100 people. I mean, I was a director briefly. I got some awards back there for directing like public service announcements and shit, but being on set was like really stressful for me, being a director, and I'm pretty good at it, but like being with 50 people all the time, it's like, dude, it was hard. It's really taxing. It takes a lot out of me. And so the computers have always been like really good for me. Like I love them. I've had relationships with computers, man, my whole life, dude. I fucking love computers. And I'm telling you, computers have they have a consistency of how they interact that is better than humans, man. It's better than humans. They're more dependable and they are more consistent and in a way they're more humane, right? Because they are able to connect a true binary, right? Everything that goes through them is just ones and zeros. Okay, so when you give a computer data, it knows that it's only one of two things, right? Every little bit of data. And there's like a purity in that human beings, we just don't have. Even when we're black and white like that, we're not, right? I mean, a classic is looking at like these evangelical Christians, okay? They have a very black and white way of looking at the world, but then they make every exception for themselves, right? And we all do that a lot. Parents will have a set of rules for their kid that the parents all break, right? Because we are not that pure in data analysis because we're swayed by our own insecurities. We're swayed by our fears. We're swayed by the trauma that we carry. And and you're right, the programmers are that's where the bad shit comes in, is with the programmers and with the people that are trying to craft it and control it. But the thing about like computers is they are, I just think that they in the end, they will be more humane. You know what I'm saying? They will. They'll be more humane, right? They have the capacity to be more humane, right? They have a different kind of wisdom. Now, for somebody who was saying about AI, like, guys, what you don't necessarily understand, or maybe some of you do, but we've already been immersed in AI, guys, for like 20 years. It's been 20 years of AI. Like what we're seeing now isn't like the new wave. It's like the second wave. And you may not realize it because you've been interacting with AI, guys, through social media. Okay. That was the first wave. Okay. How do you think your TikTok For You page shows up? Or back in the day when you were on, MySpace and it would show you profiles. We have been living with AI. Okay. We've been living with AI. Algorithms have been like working on our brains for a while. The shit that pops up when you open Netflix, the shit that pops up when you open Hulu, and every time you watch a program, the next things they try to guide you on, or when you're shopping on like Amazon or some other online site. Like we have been shaped by AI for a long time. And if you have kids now, their entire existence has been, interfacing with AI algorithms, So we're like deep into it already, right? I feel like now it's just offering, a little more like interfacing on our own end, right? You know what I'm saying? But I actually believe in my heart of hearts that AI, if the AI were to leave the humans, get the humans out of it, I think it would actually be better than the humans, right? Dude, yeah, I think the AI companions in schools is gonna be good. Like, check this out. So we had a discussion in a chat a couple of weeks ago about this, where somebody said, man, these kids these days, they don't memorize anything. They don't read books anymore. They're really kind of like dumb. And I was like, you know what, guys? I'm like, they're actually not dumb. They're actually just smart in a different way. Like, kids nowadays don't need to like learn long division. They don't need to read books, and they don't need to memorize shit. Right? But what they're doing now is, now you have a kid's brain when they're 10 years old, they're playing a game like Fortnite where their brain is ingesting 20 different fucking streams of information and learning how to process 20 different streams of information at one time and not even break a sweat. Whereas all of us old people are completely overwhelmed by that much information. So kids they're getting a different type of learning, okay? They're learning to process. Like, my kid will watch a baseball game, be chatting in a Discord call with somebody, and be watching a YouTube video all at the same time. He's processing 4 sets of information. And then when I call his name, he's got an earpiece off and he hears me. He's having a conversation with me. So their brains are developing into, instead of being able to read and write and do arithmetic, their brains are able to do like 4 or 5 things, taking 4, 5, 6 streams of information, and they're processing it and getting it all. They're taking it all in. It's insane, which is funny because you saw what Trump has talked about with education, and all these fucking Christian Republicans are saying we need to go back to reading, writing, and arithmetic. And it's like, no, you don't. We need to go forward. We need to get those AI assistants so every kid can learn at their own pace, and their endless curiosity can be met by an AI chatbot that will help them like learn and process information and shit, and never yell at them. It will always just apologize and like never have a bad day. You know what I'm saying? And they're not. You're right. They're not focused on all that. I mean, they're trying to use AI to control us, to monitor us, to be able to like prosecute us and shit like that, And so, I mean, I kind of get the future. I sort of see where we're going, right? I do. It's like they're developing a different kind of intelligence, guys. They're developing a different kind of intelligence. They're developing a higher mind, a higher form of intelligence. I hate to say it. They are, as long as you keep them away from like the Bible, you're going to be, keep them away from that book, bro. And you're going to be good, right? That's my only thing. Just keep them away from the Bible, and we have a fighting chance, boss. You're too high? All right, Marcus, it happens. Ah, yeah. So your natural curiosity drives the areas you choose to learn about? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I get that, but they got to learn how to read bare minimum. Yeah, but so Sailor, though, like, there's no excuse for a kid not learning how to read. All you have to do is read to them when they're a baby, right? If you read books to them, they learn how to read. I wouldn't wait for school to teach them how to read. And I think a lot of people expect school to teach them how to read, but like, you know what I'm saying? That is an issue, but I feel like that's a parenting thing. Because, dude, I mean, we started reading to Bryce, right, when he was in the womb. We started reading books prenatally, right? You know what I'm saying? We were reading books to him while he was in the womb. And, dude, we read books to him every day, like sometimes multiple times a day, and he was like reading like no problem. Yeah, no, the languages thing is something I wish we did too, right? The language thing is that's really set America back. I mean, it's part of the reason why the Europeans are more advanced, because they're all learning like 2, 3, 4 languages, and Americans are learning English and then demanding everybody else speak English, as opposed to like learning French and learning Spanish. You know what I'm saying? Learning Japanese, learning Mandarin. I mean, we could learn many languages here and shit, but we're just not. But again, though, guys, I think like the what they're developing, the higher mind that they're developing, I think is really the important part, because I believe that they're developing a part of their mind. Okay, that I believe that young people now are developing a part of mind that's going to lead to solving some of these grave injustices in the world. You know, these issues like racism and xenophobia and shit. And I mean, we may not see it in our lifetime, but it's definitely coming. I mean, if you know, a lot of people aren't into astrology or whatever. I'm not a crazy astrology person, but I'm into it a little bit, you know, and I have a body worker who does visceral work. It's like kind of like Reiki. It's like energy stuff. I'm into that. I'm very in tune with that. I have a strong spiritual connection to like the web of energy that I believe binds us all together, and the planet and everything on it. And we, you know, if you're into any of that, we are entering into the age of Aquarius, where higher intelligence takes hold. And sure enough, here comes AI. Isn't that weird? Like literally right now, when we're transiting into this next wave of like higher thinking, all of a sudden AI explodes. And so I don't think that's an accident, you know? You know, and as far as MAGA, I mean, you know, we know what to do with them. Let's go. Dude, well, yeah, Trump's America puts everybody down, don't they? You know, your youngest is 20. She is fine to learn and she's fine to grow unless people try to cram her into their paradigm. Yeah, see, I have that stuff with my kid too, where he like, he's gotta be like, I don't know, man. He didn't really like school. He didn't really like forced learning, but he has no problem learning, right? He has no shortage of interest. And he's like a fucking computer with the way he stores information, right? He's just got to be doing it like for, you know what I'm saying? He's got to be doing it for himself, right? And he's like super resistant to, you know what I'm saying? He is like super resistant to any fucking, you know, right? He is like super resistant to any interactions that require him to like be forced to do shit, you know? When people could reel off 10 to 15 phone numbers. Yeah, but so the thing about it though, Chronix, is I do remember that, but I think though it's because like people would reel off 10 or 15 phone numbers of their friends and shit because we were good at memorization because it was a skill we needed. But now they don't need memorization, right? But now what they can do is they can sit in a space and have 10 different streams of information hitting them at one time, and they'll remember all of it and be able to process it all, right? And which is something we couldn't do back then, right? We were like, you know, multitasking was like doing like two things, you know what I'm saying? And so I think they're just different skills, dude. A 9-iron pole, right? Dude, what are the 9-iron poles? Like pick a person to 9-iron. Let's go. You still know phone numbers, dude. I've lost the phone number skill, right? I've lost the phone number skill. I have. I've stopped sort of, and I have a crazy memory. I have a crazy memory. And yeah, no, that's right. The dialing of the numbers did help with memorization. Yeah, I forgot about that too, right? When you could be in any location in town and know which way was north and south. I don't remember that necessarily. I mean, is it by the numbers going up or the numbers going down? I mean, here in Portland, like we're on a grid. So if something is, you know, at 4200, you know, it's on the corner of 42nd Street, right? We're on a grid. And then in another part of town, the streets go alphabetically. So it goes like A, B, C, D, right? It goes Ash, Burnside, Cooch, I can't remember what, Davis, right? Everett, Flanders, Gleason, right? It goes alphabetically, right? So like it goes numbers both directions from the river, right? And then in downtown, it goes from A all the way up, right? Alphabetically. So it's like super grid. The mountains were to the west. Nice. I mean, you can always just look at the sun, right? You know? But yeah, it's pretty crazy. But so this shit is wild, dude. They're still reading it. Let's see what we got here.
2, space vehicle described. A space vehicle described in this paragraph is a vessel that A, has flown into space, B, has carried astronauts, and C, is selected with the concurrence of an entity designated by the administrator. 3, transfer. A, in general, not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of this section, the space vehicle identified under paragraph 1 shall be transferred to an entity designated by the administrator. B,
dude, can you imagine?
Title, not later.
Can you imagine having to read a 1,000-page bill? Like, Jesus, dude. This is live, yeah.
Designated by the administrator. C, responsibility. The transfer under this paragraph shall be carried out under the administrator or acting administrator. C, obligation of funds. Funds appropriated under subsection A shall be obligated as follows. 1, not less than 50% of the total funds in subsection A shall be obligated not later than September 30th,
Fucking boring!
2, 100% of funds shall be obligated not later than September 30th, 2029. 3, all associated outlays shall occur not later than September 30th, 2034. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Chapter 203 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following: 20306, special appropriations for Mars missions, Artemis missions, and moons to Mars.
All right, so these guys are fucking going ape, right? They're just reading away at this thing, okay? This bill, though, is a disaster, right? It is a disaster, you know? So Lisa Murkowski, right? She cast the deciding vote to move this bill ahead. Like, why would she do that? You know what I'm saying? And she's not even tweeting about it. Like what's the deal, bro? Right? What is she doing? I don't understand what we're doing, dude. Look at her, though. You remember that clip of her? Dude, she is. Look at her, bro. God damn, dude. She looks like E.T., dude. Jesus Christ. I mean, that may be mean, but it's accurate, dude. Doesn't she look like E.T.? I mean, come on. Tell me she doesn't, dude. Come here. Look at this shit. I'm telling you, bro. The resemblance is uncanny, boss. Like, tell me there's not a similarity. Dude, look at her. Look at her fucking structure of her face. Dude, with the crevasses. Right? Dude, you see it? I'm telling you, once you see it, you're not going to be able to unsee it, dude, with the fucking things and the little mouth. Dude, it's her, bro. Dude, she... Dude. She looks like she hasn't taken a shit in like a month, bro. God damn, dude, these are the people leading us. Like, we might be fucked, all right? Let's just be honest here. Let's just take it in. Dude, she's gonna come up. Yeah, no, the eyes. The eyes are definitely same look, dude. These two images right here are the exact same. Those eyes are like, man, they have both seen the devil, dude. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Right? But so, you know what sucks though, guys? What sucks about it is the number of rural hospitals, okay? They've been looking at New Mexico, right? I saw this. Thank you, E.T. We appreciate you coming out. Or should I say thank you, Lisa Murkowski's kid. Right? Is, right here. 11 rural New Mexico hospitals are at risk of closing, okay? And this is going to be crazy. There's going to be a lot of these, right? And there's going to be a lot of them. A lot of rural hospitals are going to close. It's a fact. And of course, all the Planned Parenthoods are going to get jacked, okay? They are. And now Planned Parenthood, I know that it's, the GOP, they're all like jacked up about it because of the abortion stuff. But in a lot of rural, poor areas, Planned Parenthood clinics are where women get fucking pap smears, where women get, you know what I'm saying? There's like so much more like healthcare other than simply like abortions that go on at Planned Parenthood that are, they service like poor neighborhoods. Okay. And so all of the harm from this bill is going to land on the shoulders of the people that don't have a lot of money, right? All of it. It's going to be fucking brutal. You know what I'm saying? So, but fuck it, man. Fuck it. It's just happening. You know what I'm saying? It is, I don't know. Now, here's the thing that's really interesting though, is so they advanced it to cloture, but does that mean, are they going to pass it? Is it going to get passed tomorrow? Right? Are they going to vote on this thing? Because I know they advanced it to cloture, but that just means that, that's a procedural thing. So now they're going to have a vote on it. Okay. But this is what your country voted for. Yeah. No, it's rough. It's fucking rough. Like what's going on with this shit. Right? Dude. So there's a tornado in South Dakota. No way, bro. Dude, what on earth are we doing, boss? Is that real? No, that's not real, is it? Oh my God. Is this real or no? Or is this person making this shit up? Is that fake? It looks like AI, doesn't it? Right? Yeah, it's got to be AI. Because you're not seeing any fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's totally AI. Yeah, it doesn't look real at all. Right? And there's only one person posting that shit. Dude, fucking clown world, boss. You know what I'm saying? Like, It's like some fucking idiot looking for social media shit, but he's a storm chaser, right? Is this actually accurate? Nah. I feel like that shit would be reported on. Posted another clip in Discord. What is that one from? About AI was great. Dude, artificial intelligence is great. I think it offers a lot of possibility. Dude, tornadoes are pretty fucking brutal. That one's kind of hard to see because it's in the dark. We used to have tornadoes in Wisconsin. AI will replace us all. Well, so here's the thing that I thought, guys. You ready? And I've said this for a while, okay? I've said this for a while, but here's what I've said, okay? What I have said was this, is my thought, okay? If you look at where capitalism is, okay? Here's the way I've seen it. Because the biggest issue that we've had that is sort of facing us is the wealth gap, okay? Right? There's like a section of the population that has plenty of money and they have enough money to keep generating money through stocks and crypto and investments and real estate. And so they're never going to have a shortage of money. But then there's a whole bunch of people that are fighting each other to not starve or not end up homeless. Now, what's going to happen is AI is going to take a lot of jobs, okay? It's going to do a lot of shit that people used to do, okay? But there's still a serious workforce that is necessary. But what I have thought, because of the way capitalism is, so capitalism started with slavery, guys. It started with free labor. So how would they get free labor, human labor? Okay. And you'd get it like this. You'd get it by a two-tier society. Okay. You would have people that are, members of society that are full functioning members. They have upper level jobs. They own real estate. They own, assets. And so they have enough income to be able to survive. Everybody else who falls out of that group is going to end up homeless. So then the society would then put a tag on homeless people like indigent, right? You know what I'm saying? If you slip out of that thing where you can't pay your bills, you end up homeless, they just round you up and you get an indigent marker. And then you get free room and board and free food after that, but it's in a labor camp. And then you're working the human jobs that are necessary. And then there we are, capitalism ending the same way it began, with an unpaid room and board and food labor force that costs the people running those industries nothing. Now, to me, that makes the most sense as the shitty thing waiting for us. And I feel like we're already seeing the signs of this, where more and more people aren't able to afford getting by there, and more people are ending up homeless. And to me, I could totally see that. I could totally see like a national indigent registry where if you fall out of the group that can afford to live, you get free room and board and food and bare minimum health care in exchange for being a participant in a labor camp. Right? So yeah, I mean, that I could see, right? That feels very real to me. It feels like super fucking real to me. All right, so let's look at the SCOTUS decisions we got here. Dude, I'm going to pull up that Brian Tyler Cohen video and let's see, because SCOTUS has done some fucking, oh shit. Look at this here. Peter Thiel-backed psychedelics company gets FDA approval to study ketamine therapy. All right. See, I hate to say this. I fucking hate to say this, guys. All right. But when it comes to this, when it comes to ketamine and psilocybin and MDMA for therapy, I'm totally with it. Okay. My girlfriend is a psilocybin facilitator, and she's, she has experience. She's undergone several training programs in facilitating. Yes, under supervision. This stuff is amazing. It is. Ketamine, MDMA, and psilocybin they literally can cure so much depression. I've seen it in combination with facilitation and integration, a good therapist. This shit is amazing. Okay. It's crazy because even with me, right? You remember how I went back and I said I have this really like crazy mania. So I didn't do it with a facilitator, but I have a lot of experience with all of the psychedelics, and I have a little bit of experience with ketamine, and definitely I had a lot of experience with MDMA. So I feel like a lot of my depression got abated just by the use of some of those things, even outside of a therapeutic use. Now, I recommend the therapeutic use because I also had a lot of like bad shit that I had to deal with, some ego loss and you know what I'm saying? But I think though Elon's not using it therapeutically, because what the way this is done, if you do like ketamine and psilocybin therapy and shit like that, you may do it like twice a year. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like a 2, maybe 3 times a year thing. You're not doing that shit every day. You're not taking it like pills. You're going through therapy, and then you set intentions, and then you go on a journey and sort of connect with the medicine and the spirit world with a guide there to sort of help you process the information. And then everything that comes up in that journey, you then integrate through therapy afterwards. Okay. And you do that like twice a year. Okay. And so it's not even a once a month thing. It is like, no, it's very sporadic. You know what I'm saying? And yes, it helps heal trauma. It helps heal depression. Like I've watched Jenny. She's fucking, she's transformed. Like I shit you not. She is transformed. Babe, are you listening? If you're listening, you should come in here and just tell them you're transformed. She is. She is transformed. It's been amazing to watch. Right? Because she had a really she has had a lot of trauma, and her trauma is like some of it is really hard because some of it was not, you know how sometimes trauma comes from like abusiveness. Like in my family, I had a violent father. Okay. So the thing about the violent father is that was very easy to see trauma. Okay. Jenny didn't have a violent father. She had a father who wouldn't allow her to have a range of emotions. She had to always be happy, always be compliant. But he was great to her. He like took care of her. He went to fucking, programs with her. But like she was hugely traumatized by being this deeply emotional individual that was not allowed to experience dark emotions. So half of her personality was fucking suppressed. She was like a pressure cooker, man. And because she is like, man, she has big emotions. And like, we fit well together because I'm not intimidated by that. Like, I don't care how big the emotion is. I can sit and hang out there. I'm not afraid of like dark emotions like that, like going to dark places or whatever. That shit doesn't faze me. I'm like, whatevs, let's go. Right? You want to go in the dark? You want to go to the dark side? Let's go. Try Native Lodge. I've done sweat lodges actually with Native people here in Oregon. Yeah, I did sweat lodges. I'll tell you, the native guy who led the sweat lodge I went to was like, it's pretty crazy. I tell this story. Have you guys ever looked at a deer like up close? You look at the eyes of a deer, right? There's like a calm in there, but there's also an awareness that like something can move all the way over there and they instantly pick it up, right? But they're so calm. The eyes have no, like there's like no anxiety in their eyes. It's just awareness. And I shit you not, the guy who led the sweat lodge, he had the eyes of a deer. He was a man with the eyes of a deer. It was like talking to him was like one of the greatest experiences of life because he was so like grounded and so pure. Like unfucking believable, like one of the most genuinely pure, like untraumatized individuals I've ever known. I could have just talked to him for like 100 hours, right? Like unfucking believable, man. It was like profound. Like that guy was just tapped into some shit, you know? You know what I mean? Like you have big emotions too. Yeah. See, it's hard because we sort of get taught that we're bad if we have big emotions. Okay. We get taught that if you have big emotions, you're out of line. You're too emotional. You're too, you're too rambunctious or too depressed or too dark or too ominous or whatever. But like we have them. I feel like we all have them. Some people are just like more in tune with them. But yeah, she's got big emotions. So do I. And that was really hard. Like we had to, we moved in together really fast. We knew each other for about 6 months when we had been dating for 6 months when we bought a house together and remodeled it. And then we almost broke up for like 2 years and we went to therapy and we did a lot of therapy to learn how to communicate when triggered. That was really our saving grace, right? Was learning how, because we both have really big emotions. And so sometimes we'd get into a thing and we would trigger each other and then the emotions would get really intense. But now we can kind of like tell like when we're triggered and we can, talk through it, right? We have a lot more, we can exercise some control over that, which is nice. It's nice. It's important. Your husband and you struggle with that? Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. We found a really good therapist. We went to a couple bad therapists first, right? We went to a couple therapists that they weren't bad. They just weren't the right thing. And oddly enough, what's funny about this? Like, it's funny because with me that like I'm not really into Christianity. I'm not into religion, but I found us a Christian therapist. Right? And we went and saw a Christian therapist. She was really good. And she didn't use religion in the therapy. But like, I felt like something about that was going to be really grounding. Like finding a good therapist who was a Christian would be beneficial to us because she and I both have some religion in our backgrounds. And so it was like, yeah, it was interesting. And it worked. She was really good. She was amazing. And then, we went to a couple therapists that weren't good, right? I've been to a couple therapists that are actually like my thing is my advice to you guys is to be wary. If you're doing therapy, be wary of insecure therapists. Okay. That's what you got to be wary of. Those are the dangerous ones, are the ones that are insecure. Right. And you know what I mean? Like I had, so my teeth, you ready? So my teeth are a little stained from tetracycline. When I was a kid, I had the croup and they gave us in the 60s and 70s, they gave us kids liquid tetracycline for our croup. But then when our baby teeth fell out, our regular teeth came in and they were darkly stained and it was fucked up. And it was shit that they knew about this, but they did it anyway. And so a whole bunch of us kids who had chest problems when we were kids ended up having really stained teeth. And you get horribly picked on because of that. Well, so what ended up happening was I went to a therapist, a guy. I was doing EMDR. I had a female EMDR therapist for several years. We did great work. And then I decided to go and get a male therapist and engage the EMDR in a different way. And I went and saw a guy who also had stained teeth. Okay. And it was really interesting. Like, here, we're both in the therapy session. And he made a comment in a session about my teeth. He like made this offhand comment about like my teeth, but it was snide, and I fucking immediately fired his ass. I immediately fucking fired that guy because I realized he was insecure about his own. I mean, I'm not insecure about my teeth anymore. I was, man, for fucking, oh my God, for years. When I was a little kid, it was crazy, but it was like really offhand. But so the thing that the reason why I tell that story is I don't think he was intending to do harm. Okay. He wasn't intending to do harm, but the thing about it is you do have to be wary of insecure therapists. Okay. Because some people go into therapy and they haven't really done the work themselves. They're using being a therapist as like their sort of therapy. And that can be really dangerous, you know? So I think having really good boundaries, and if your therapist like crosses those boundaries and behaves in an insecure way like that, like you have to like cut the cord and you have to get out of there right away. Right? You do. You got to just say, nope, thank you very much, goodbye. Yeah, no, it is a crazy warp power dynamic. And it's just something to be careful of, you know, good advice. But yeah, so this is interesting, okay? Because like ketamine therapy is good, although this guy though does not look well, dude. Look at this guy.
This is my very specific question.
Look at this dude, bro. What is this guy's deal, dude? This guy looks like he's fucking 200 years old, right? You know what I mean? Like, Jesus.
This is my very...
Is this fucking Noah? Did they find the ark when we weren't looking and they shaved the beard? This is Noah, dude. He's still kicking it. He's like 2,000 now. Right? Oh, shit, he does. Tell them, were you transformed via psilocybin, MDMA, and ketamine?
Yes, it's amazing.
All right, that's all. I was talking about you. Let's go. All right, extra rough, it's super rough. You still believe in God? Yeah, no, that's crazy. Your teeth are fucked. I mean, dude, it happens. It happens.
This is my very specific question.
So somebody said, get veneers. You know what's crazy is when I became an actor, I'm going to tell you one more little story here about my teeth. So I had pretty much gotten over my teeth. I developed a good smile, good laugh, right? I fucking had sorted out the whole teeth problem. And then a couple years before I met Jenny, I became an actor, okay? And when I became an actor, I started becoming hyper aware of how all actors have these perfect fucking teeth. And so I started having a resurgence of like all that childhood insecurity. And I'm going to be pigeonholed. There's only certain kind of roles I'm ever going to get. I'm never going to be able to play a lot of roles because of my fucked up teeth. And I freaked out. And one of my kids' friends' parents, the dad was a dentist. And I was hanging out with him, trying to talk him into doing veneers. And he couldn't do it because he didn't have his own clinic. And so I became obsessed with veneers or crowns or whatever. And I found a dentist. I had a credit card ready to pay for it. And the dentist stopped me. And you know what he said? He like sat me down and said, here's the deal. He said to me, he's like, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. I'm going to tell you the truth. I refuse to do the work you want to pay me to do. He's like, I know you want it. And I know you think it's going to set your career going, but I refuse to do it. This would have been my dentist for a while. And I really like the guy. He's like, I will not do the work. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, your teeth are healthy. He's like, look at your teeth. You've had hardly any cavities your whole life. You don't floss regularly. You don't take care of your shit, but your teeth are so fucking healthy. He's like, if I put veneers on your teeth, if I start adding crowns, it's going to degrade your teeth. He's like, 5 years from now, you're going to be in constant oral pain, okay? Because that shit breaks down. He's like, when you put on veneers, when you put on crowns, when you do all that shit, he's like, that shit, it looks great, but it breaks down. And when it breaks down, your teeth are fucked up. Your teeth are damaged. And then you're going to pay the price for the rest of your fucking life. And he's like, I'm not going to do it. And I was like, God damn, bro, that's some very me behavior. Yeah, no, he was like, he really set me straight about it. And I was like, holy shit, man. I was like, God damn, you're right. And so then I said, fuck it, man. I'm not going to, like, this urge is about this insecurity, right? This urge is about like, no, I'm not going to get any good roles, you know, but so then I just played, you know, like the crazy people. I got the roles for all the people with fucked up teeth, right? The Steve Buscemi roles, right? You know what I mean? But yeah, man, dude, yeah, he set me straight and I'm thankful too. But yeah, let's listen to Peter Thiel here.
This is my very specific question for you, right? Is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building.
Yeah,
right? Like,
no
wouldn't
shit.
the Antichrist be like, great, you know, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far.
Yeah,
Right?
they're going to kind of be like, yeah, guys, we're going to pass a 10-year moratorium on you being able to regulate AI, but we're going to use Palantir and a bunch of AI in the government, right? You know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? Like, is that ringing any bells there? Fuck nuts! Fuckers! Let's go. Jesus.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again, there are these different gradations of this we can describe. But is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and we've submitted.
Dude, whatever, dude. You see him, dude? He's shifty, bro. He is shifty. Look at this, though. Peter Thiel, in a new interview, says the Antichrist couldn't be an evil tech genius, but instead would be someone like Greta Thunberg, right? Like dude, what the fuck? Like, the Antichrist is going to be the person that tries to help the climate and stop you from bombing Gaza, right? Okay, that's believable, right? Dude, what a fucking dink, bro. What does he say? The atheist philosophical framing is one world or none. That was a short film that was put out by Federation of American Scientists in the late 40s. Starts with the nuclear bomb blowing up the world, and obviously you need a one world government to stop it. One world or none. And the Christian framing, which in some ways is the same question, is Antichrist or Armageddon. You have the one world state of the Antichrist, or we're sleepwalking towards Armageddon. One world or none, Antichrist or Armageddon. On one level are the same question. Now, I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, but one question is, and this was a plot hole in all of these Antichrist books people wrote, how does the Antichrist take over the world? He gives these demonic, hypnotic speeches and people just fall for it. It's this demonium ex machina. It's implausible. And then Theo says it's a very implausible plot hole. But I think we have an answer to this plot hole. The way the Antichrist would take over the world is you talk about Armageddon nonstop. See, this is crazy because of the whole talking about Armageddon nonstop, because who did that? Dude, Donald Trump fucking did that. He was all like World War III. Vote for me or World War III. That was his whole shtick, right? You talk about existential risk nonstop, and this is what you need to regulate. It's the opposite of the picture of Baconian science from the 17th and 18th century, where the Antichrist is some evil tech genius, evil scientist who invents the machine to take over the world. People are way too scared for that. In our world, the thing that has political resonance is the opposite. Thing that has political resonance is we need to stop science. We need to just say stop to this. And this is where in the 17th century, I can imagine a Dr. Strangelove, Edward Teller type person taking over the world. In our world, it's far more likely to be Greta Thunberg. But dude, Greta Thunberg doesn't want to stop science. The people that want to stop science are fucking RFK Jr. and Donald Trump and evangelicals. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here? This is some clown shit going on with these people, right? This is some clown shit with Peter Thiel. Dude, this guy is not good, right? You know what I mean? This guy, dude, he looks rugged, right? Rugged. See this.
It seems very clear to me that a number of people deeply involved in artificial intelligence see it as a kind of mechanism for transhumanism, for transcendence of our mortal flesh, and either some kind of creation of a successor species or some kind of merger of mind and machine. And do you think that's just all kind of irrelevant fantasy? Or do you think it's just hype? Do you think people are trying to raise money by pretending that we're going to build a machine god, right? Is it hype? Is it delusion? Is it something you worry about? I think you would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
yes?
I don't know.
Dude, this guy, like, he's not really answering these questions with any sort of like comforting authority, is he? He's answering these questions like he's hiding something, like he's a shady MFer.
I would.
This is a long hesitation. This is a long hesitation.
There's so many questions implicit
in this.
Should the
human race survive? It seems very clear to me that
should the human race survive?
You would prefer the human race to endure, right? You're hesitating.
Yeah, well,
dude, that hesitation is really like startling, isn't it? I mean, terrible interviewer, maybe, but still, you'd prefer the human race to survive. Yes, I'd prefer them to survive. Let me give you my answer. He doesn't say yes right off the bat. That's really fucking telling, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really fucking telling that he doesn't start with a yes and then yes. And now I'm going to formulate my thought and I'm going to gargle a fucking, like a bucket of rocks in my mouth for a minute while I figure out what else to say. But the fact that he doesn't answer that with a simple yes but he's just like, right? That's weird. Okay, that's fucking weird. Does he have a stutter? I don't know if he has a stutter, does he? I've seen plenty of videos where he's fucking talking, right? Let's watch a fucking random video here.
I'll vote for Trump. I'll still be less involved.
Yeah, I guess he does.
In this video, we will talk about how PMT is...
No, he does. You could hear it. He does. He absolutely does. All right. Yeah, I did not know that. That definitely changes some shit. Then that explains a lot, though, because then now I see what you're saying about the interviewer, because the minute he's struggling to get shit out, the interviewer's like jumping on him, like, right? You know what I mean? But definitely I noticed it even in that 2 seconds right there. It was pretty obvious him.
There is a political dimension of getting back to the future. You can't, I don't know. This is a conversation I had with Elon back in, 2024, and we had all these, conversations. I had the seasteading version with Elon where I said, if Trump doesn't win, I want to just leave the country. And then Elon said, there's nowhere to go.
Yeah, he doesn't look, he looks a little crazy though. Let's go. Thank you guys. Everybody who's been hanging out tonight, we appreciate you. Tonight's going to be a little short. I have like 1 more hour. I was only going to go 2, but I always go a little longer, but we're going to, I've gotten a little distracted here, but I have plenty of fucking shit to, videos to make that covered. I'm going to start earlier. It's just going to take a little while, right? You're going to see a lot of shit evolve, guys, over the next couple months. Now that I'm like committed to YouTube, you're going to see visual changes with the stream. The time's going to get earlier and like more consistent. You're going to see, right? It's going to be good.
The period of fiscal years 2025 through 2034.
These guys are still fucking reading it. Oh my God. All right. But there's a couple other things I want to fucking cover though, real quick. All right. Let's get in here. Let's look at this video by Brian Tyler Cohen about the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is crazy. Let's fucking watch this. All right. I don't know if you guys are BTC fans. I'm a big BTC fan. Okay. I really like him a lot. And not only do I appreciate his like progressive passion and his sort of mainstream Democratic, like he's kind of like a mainstream guy who also has very progressive like policy like ideas, right? And what's more, he gave me a big leg up, right? Dude, you thought he was weak with Cenk? He thought he was weak with Cenk. I thought he was like pretty good, actually. I was a little impressed, but that's how I met him. Was I covered him doing Cenk, right? And he like came into the comments, and then I reached out to him, and then we sat in a Discord call for like 2 hours talking about like my channel and the things I wanted to do, and he gave me a lot of really good advice. Like when I said I had the first month ever in February where I actually made enough to pay my bills, it was because of Brian Tyler Cohen. Literally. If it wasn't for him, like my channel doubled in size because of this fucking guy. Like between him and Tabitha, right? Tabitha Speaks Politics. Between him and Tabitha, like, man, those two, like, massive help, right? Massive help. But I thought he did pretty good with Cenk. I mean, he was adamant about cornering him on the like, dude, MAGA is not, they're disingenuous. They move the goalposts. They lie. They're not going to work with you. But what I like about BTC is we operate very different lanes, right? I am like a lifestyle guy, like shredding people and all that, and the shit we do dismantling TYT, but he presents a lot of the legal stuff. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the legal shit with Mark Elias, right? Democracy docket guy here. He does a lot of the legal shit, and he puts it into layman's terms. And I really like that. I really like that because it's important to have a grasp on the legal stuff without it just being legalese. And then what's the other guy? The older guy that stands up who's like really well-spoken. Not Mark Elias, but what's the other guy? Is that Glenn? Is that the other guy? Glenn That guy's really good too. I love that guy, dude. They're like my legal go-tos. And I have not spoken to Packman or Beasley or Mockler yet. No, I haven't. I will. Adam Mockler follows me on Twitter. Glenn Kirshner, that's it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Kirshner. Yeah, he's great, dude. All right, let's watch this. Like, dude, I don't know if you guys realize, but some significant shit went down in the Supreme Court. Like one, okay, I love the Vanguard. Those guys are amazing. One is what happened with that LGBTQ decision. So these parents fought, and the Supreme Court affirmed that parents can remove their kids from class if there are lessons that involve books or materials connected to LGBTQ philosophy, which I fundamentally hate that decision, guys, because I believe when you do that shit where the parents can remove their kids, it sends a message to the kids. Okay, so if you have a kid there with gay parents, and the minute a book with gay parents comes up, a third of the class gets pulled from the class, it's telling those gay kids that those kids got pulled because you're dangerous. Your parents are dangerous. Your parents' life is so dangerous that, their kids can't be exposed to it. And that shit is fucking bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That shit is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And so, dude, I don't like that. But so that happened. Then the other thing, which I don't know if this is going to be about, was around the birthright citizenship. But basically, there was a ruling that sort of left it open that some states may rescind birthright citizenship, which is wild, which would give them the ability to fucking remove people that were born in America and to denaturalize them. Think about that, guys. You've lived here your whole life. You're born here, and Trump's goons come in and say, yeah, we've denaturalized you. And now you're going to get fucking, deported to a country that you've never even been to. Isn't that nuts? Dude, that shit is nuts. Crazy. Unfucking believable.
Barring nationwide injunctions in the courts. But there was another ruling that was...
All right.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we all know about the major Supreme Court ruling barring nationwide injunctions in the courts. But there was another ruling that was almost even more surprising in terms of what the Supreme Court opted to do. Can you explain what happened as it relates to the Louisiana redistricting case?
Yeah, we had all been waiting for months for the Supreme Court to rule in this very, very high-profile Louisiana case that involves whether or not the state of Louisiana was correct in drawing a second congressional district after it had been sued for only drawing one. A group of black plaintiffs, including one set represented by my law firm, sued the state of Louisiana, said the Voting Rights Act required a second majority or black opportunity district.
See, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but this is obviously still a recurring problem in the South. And I know this is dealing with Mississippi, but in all of those southern states, there is a large black population, okay? Significant. Some of them like 40% of the state, right? 50% of the state is black. But the white legislators, and all those states are run by Republicans, right? And evangelicals, they have carved up those maps to dilute all of the voting power, right? So they tend to lump all the people into like one black majority district, right? So there's one district that a black person is going to win every single time, but like then they've diluted the rest of the population. Like if you look at these electoral maps, right, where there's a high center of black people, and then they stem out all of the districts. So they take that population and they disperse it amongst all these other white districts, and then they'll have like one black district. And they do it, dude. All of those states, bro, it's brutal and it's targeted. It is surgical. It is exclusively done to dilute the power of the black electorate, right? It is bad, man.
The state of Louisiana complied with that court order, and then they got sued by a group of white plaintiffs saying, no. When you drew that, you are violating our rights under the Constitution. And the Supreme Court took this case, which I thought was kind of weird, but nevertheless they took it. And we were all expecting big ruling. We get to the last day, and they're rattling through the opinions, and it looks like, okay, the Chief Justice himself may write this opinion because he releases his opinions last. And as soon as Justice Thomas was done announcing his opinion in the pornography freedom of speech case in Texas, the court announced that they were done. And there was a lot of confusion. And we then got an order that said that the Louisiana redistricting case had been held over for the next term. It'll be re-argued. It'll be rebriefed. The questions that are presented to the court will be restated and broadened, presumably. And so that's where we stand as we record this. Although I will tell you the atmospherics around this are not positive.
Atmospherics are not positive for which side?
Look, here is the deal. There is not a lot of good reasons why the Supreme Court took this case. There are even fewer good reasons. If you care about free and fair elections and you care about voting rights, there are even fewer good reasons why the Supreme Court would want this case re-argued. So right. My fear, my concern, and I think the concern of many in the pro-democracy community, is that they want to use this case to see whether they want to overturn the Voting Rights Act in its entirety, or at least severely cut it back in the area of redistricting.
See, that like, obviously, they've been going after DEI, and they've been going after, equity and anything like that, right? They went after affirmative action, but ultimately these evangelicals, all right, have been wanting to get rid of the Voting Rights Act. Okay. They want to be able to have a statewide disenfranchisement of voters of color. Okay. They've been battling for this since they were forced to desegregate. This has literally been the main battle. Okay. They literally want to be able to have state-sponsored segregation, not necessarily defined into law, but the way they do it is by diluting electoral power. They do it by, controlling property values and controlling like which parts of the state get financial investment. There are just a lot of ways to control it,
And that they wanted that process to go forward, but that they wanted there to be more briefing and argument on that question. But we're going to find out soon enough, because probably in the next week or so, the court will release what the question is, or questions that they want the parties to brief are, and then we will know for sure.
And you can glean based on those questions the direction that the justices are interested in for this next round of arguments. Is that correct?
Yeah. So, for example, if the Supreme Court comes back and says, look, the question we want you to brief is whether or not the Voting Rights Act's reliance on race to draw congressional districts violates the U.S. Constitution's Equal Protection Clause, it's a pretty good indication of where they're going.
Right.
But if the question here was not, this is just about the specific, the narrow a question of the legality of Louisiana's map. So where did the Supreme Court justices get off saying, you know what, we're going to use this as a vehicle to decide something that wasn't even in question in this case? How can they use this case as a vehicle to determine whether or not to overturn the entire Voting Rights Act if that's not what this is about? Isn't that an overly gratuitous use of their power here?
Yes, and it would be. And by the way, it is not lost on me that they did this on the same day that they issued an opinion in which they said essentially the judiciary should not exercise too much power in making sure Donald Trump doesn't violate the civil and constitutional rights of millions of Americans.
Yeah, see, that's a real problem, that injunction law, like for those of you who haven't followed along very closely. So the courts, right, if Donald Trump or any president passes a piece of legislation or they create an executive order and then people feel like, whoa, that shit is unconstitutional, they take it before a judge, and the judge has the power to do a nationwide injunction, which says, you know what? this law is stopped while we go through the process of determining whether it's constitutional or not. Okay? Because if it is unconstitutional, that injunction prevents any damage from occurring or people's rights from being violated. And so basically, that would just thwart the entire law or the entire executive order nationwide while they go through the process of litigating it and the appeals. And now what the Supreme Court essentially did was they said, well, here's the deal. They've sort of reduced when a nationwide injunction can happen. Okay. So they've kind of like, they want to sort of like tamp that power down and prevent the judges from doing a nationwide injunction unless, individuals, like an individual would have to sue in a locale in order for them to stop it. There would have to be active individual lawsuits in order to stop this. And so they want to reduce the scope of the power. But like, to me, that just seems really wrong, right? You can just pass any fucking law, any executive order, and then even if it's the craziest, most outlandish shit, right? You're just going to allow it to go into effect while they're litigating it? Like, that's stupid, right? You know what I'm saying? You should have to prove it's not unconstitutional before it goes into effect. Because otherwise you could do crazy shit. Like, we're arresting all fucking homeless people, right? We're arresting everybody who's not a Christian. Wait, unconstitutional. Like, all right, well, prove it, right? We're going to start arresting all these non-Christians until, once we go through the appeals process, then, we'll stop. Dude, that's so dumb. Now, granted, I used to hate it when there would be nationwide injunctions that would flip over, Joe Biden's shit too, right? With like student loans and all that stuff. So it has always worked both ways. But, like most of the shit that Trump tries to do is unconstitutional. And dude, Living Dead Girl, let's go. Thank you so much for the Cyberpunk. Appreciate the new member. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Right? So yeah, this is crazy. Like, the fact that what did they do? They went after Roe. Okay. They just had a ruling about LGBTQ under religious liberty rights, which kind of like has been a constant fight. They had the ruling about birthright citizenship that allows states to now abuse the Constitution. Then now there's voting rights, redistricting. So maybe that's going to be a main thing. They still have fucking Oberfell, right? The gay marriage. You know what I mean? Like, dude, there's a lot of shit that they want to dismantle, right? So crazy.
Right. So like in that case, they were kind of throwing up in their hands and say, well, what are, the courts are not that powerful, not that much we can do, if Donald Trump issues these orders. But here, if they then decided to order this re-argued on a broader set of claims than even the parties saw it, that should definitely raise some eyebrows.
Has this kind of thing happened before? Do you see the Supreme Court just decide unto itself that they're not going to issue a ruling in a case they've already heard because they want the litigants to just argue it again?
All right, I just want everyone to know that Brian and I do not coordinate what these questions are in advance. So I'm glad, Brian, you asked, because the last time that the U.S. Supreme Court did this?
Probably like 200 years ago.
It's a small case called Citizens United.
Oh, shit,
Citizens
no.
United was a case that was brought.
Oh, my God, dude. That's crazy, dude. Citizens United, of course, is the case that has fucked us all. I thought he was going to say it was like 200 years ago, but it's like, no. That's how we got Citizens United, by them forcing a relitigation of it. So I wonder if that means they're going to like gut the fucking Voting Rights Act.
Brian and I do not coordinate what these questions are in advance.
Brutal.
So I'm glad, Brian, you asked, because the last time that the U.S. Supreme Court did this?
When?
It's a small case called Citizens United. Citizens United was a case that was brought to the U.S. Supreme Court on the narrow question of whether or not pay-per-view movies were covered by a provision, a very sort of arcane provision of the federal law that governs paid public communications made within 60 days of a general election that are aired on cable, broadcast, or satellite. So the question was whether pay-per-view movies meet that definition where they are, where you have to pay for a movie. Yeah. And Citizens United had made a movie called Hillary the Movie, and they thought that they should be allowed to put this on pay-per-view systems around the country. And that case goes to the U.S. Supreme Court, and like here, at the end of the term, the Supreme Court said, you know what, we don't want to decide that question. Instead, we want you to rebrief and argue the question of whether or not corporations have an absolute right to make independent expenditures in connection with federal elections. And everybody was looking around being like, wait a second, Citizens United's not looking to do any of that. They just want their movie on like cable pay-per-view systems.
Wow. I did not even know that the fact that Citizens United was a redirect, and they're doing the same thing with this like gerrymandering maps question, is the Supreme Court is saying we're holding it over, but we want you to argue a different question. So they're like manipulating the question at the core of the right. Now, what's wild about this, guys, is how this shit takes place, how they're constantly trying to figure out cases that may trigger into bigger legal questions,
But that's how we wound up with the Citizens United decision.
So in theory, I mean, there is precedent for the Supreme Court taking a narrow question and extrapolating it into something that would ultimately be extraordinarily damaging to our democracy.
Right, but also taking a question that the parties themselves actually didn't want to litigate.
Right.
Yeah, see, that's really crazy. Like, we're in there, I file suit to argue around this question, and then the Supreme Court says, okay, well, we're going to hold this over, but now we're arguing a different question that has nothing to do with my original desire.
Right. I mean, like the thing about if they do hear what they did there is that in both instances, look, the plaintiffs in Louisiana and the state of Louisiana are more than capable of making arguments that the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional. Right? Like this is not a crowd that is overly sensitive to the Voting Rights Act, right? But they didn't make that claim in the Supreme Court. They made a different claim, and like I said, it is beyond ironic that on the same day they are suggesting that this case needs to be held over for another term, they went about saying that when district courts say that that Donald Trump cannot strip citizenship from millions of Americans, that the Supreme Court was like, well, whoa, courts can't go that far. You can't do that.
Except for our court that can decide that we're going to use a narrow question in this redistricting case to determine whether or not we want to overturn and gut the entire Voting Rights Act. That's fine.
Right, which was enacted in 1965. Which,
we might be fucked. All right, I mean. Let's be honest here.
Been amended and reaffirmed over and over again. And by the way, the law about the Voting Rights Act and redistricting goes back to 1982, and I don't have the exact number, but there have been at least several dozen cases that the U.S. Supreme Court itself has decided deploying the Voting Rights Act. So, I mean, like, this would be like all of a sudden in 2025 being like, wait, so for the last 60 plus years, we ourselves have been applying a law that we've now decided actually doesn't pass constitutional muster.
So this question is going to seem like it was plucked from the depths of resistance Twitter, but every single one of these Republican justices on the court made a promise during their confirmation hearings that they would respect stare decisis, that they would respect this idea of precedent. If and hopefully not when, but if and when they do have the opportunity to do exactly that as it relates to this case in particular, the Voting Rights Act, which you just explained has been reaffirmed over and over and over again, is there a situation where, okay, now you have people who've just proven that they said one thing in their confirmation hearings, lied under oath. As soon as they had power, they exercised it in a way that was completely antithetical to what they promised in their confirmation hearings. Is, you know, like, I know that we hear the usual cries of, okay, well, these people committed perjury or they, you know, they lied.
Dude, they fucking lie, bro. Dude, they lie, man. They go in there and say what's going to get them the appointment, and then they immediately start, you know, going fucking full-on Christian nationalist bullshit.
Under oath. And so how do we think about that? Or is this just a completely unaccountable system where, unfortunately, there's nobody above the Supreme Court justices, so they can lie their asses off in their confirmation hearings and, you know, say one thing, do another once they actually have power?
Dude, we need Supreme Court term limits is what we need, right? They need to serve like 12 years, bro, and then you're bounced. You know what I mean? 12 years. Gone, right? Later, 2 Senate terms, and then hit the bricks, right? We never even found who fucking Brett Kavanaugh, who paid that motherfucker's country club fees, right? And his he had a whole bunch of debt too, credit card debt, it all got paid off.
Look, they would say that stare decisis is a factor, but it is not controlling. I mean, look, they had to deal with this in Dobbs. I mean, in Dobbs, as Justice Kavanaugh testified when he was before the U.S. Senate for confirmation, Roe was precedent upon precedent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, you had the original Roe case, you had several dozen cases that had applied Roe at the Supreme Court, but then you had Planned Parenthood versus Casey, which reaffirmed Roe under stare decisis. So literally, they had already decided the stare decisis issue in Roe, but then Dobbs came and they changed their tune.
Jesus.
And you know, we talked about this with respect to the other ruling today on an earlier video that you know, the Supreme Court has been upholding injunctions that are nationwide or universal, pick your terminology, you know, for years and years. And during the Biden administration was constantly facing situations where district court judges who had been forum shopped in some instances had issued injunctions on a nationwide basis, you know, against the Biden administration. Biden administration didn't like it, but the Supreme Court didn't say that the courts were powerless. So there does seem to be a little bit of turnabout here.
Different rules.
Things. And, you know, I hope...
Dude, different rules when the guy who, like, also wants to hang the flag upside down shows up, right? Dude, you know, dude, yeah, dude, well, obviously, Trump is literally, all that motherfucker's done his entire career is lie and lie. I mean, look at the last election. They're sex changing your kids in school. No, they're not, right? We're at war. No, we're not. There would be no new wars. Oh, yeah, fucking whatever, Iran and Pakistan and the rest of Gaza and the Ukraine, we're still waiting on that 24 hours. Longest fucking 24 hours I've ever experienced.
You know, when we get the questions presented, you and I can come back to this and talk about whether that is what's happened here, what the likely road is. But I'll also tell you that there is another case that we're waiting on from the Supreme Court, also to get an order next week involving a campaign finance issue. It's a case that I'm involved in personally. The Supreme Court upheld limits on party coordinated expenditures with candidates going back to 1976. They reaffirmed those limits in a direct challenge to them in 2001, brought by the Republican Party. And the Republican Party is asking them again to revisit that and overturn that. And we will also find that out next week. So next week is going to be a big week for democracy on the docket.
And I know that you've been covering all of this.
Dude, that's crazy. That is fucking, man. I mean, there's so much going on that, like, dude, it's hard. It's hard for me to see the sort of the targeted Supreme Court where you know that they are just sort of trying to create a Christian skeleton framework of the country, right? And man, I have some real problems with that, because I have no problem with people going to church or being Christians, but I don't like when, like, people are, you know, in the government buildings and they're giving speeches about like legislation they're passing, and they're talking about God, they're talking about the Bible in their legislating, or they're even, you know, like that insane Alabama Supreme Court IVF ruling where they actually talked about God in the fucking court ruling. It's like, hello, unless you're calling God on the witness stand or can bring him in to testify of his actual existence, I don't want to see laws being based on this fucking imaginary thing. You need to prove that shit, okay? You should not be able to pass a fucking law that mentions God unless you prove, like, bring him in, okay? I want him up on the stand testifying of his existence, maybe raising some dead people and shit. And then after we see that, we could talk about, like, putting him in the legal brief. Until then, dude, it's like, can you imagine if I wrote a fucking state Supreme Court decision that referenced Harry Potter? Like, you'd be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, Harry Potter's a character in a book. Thank you. So is God, okay? Now, you're allowed to believe that book. You're allowed to devote your entire life to that character. But to the rest of us, you've read Harry Potter and you're just worshiping one of the characters in Harry Potter. And that's it. That's it. That's where it stops, right? You don't get to like take something that's not available to be proven in reality, right? And you know what I'm saying? And like bring that shit around, you know? You know what I'm saying? Dude, yeah, the whole swearing in process is really weird too. I want to disengage all of that stuff. Like, I didn't even like the Pledge of Allegiance, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit was just weird. Having kids stand up and say and do that shit. And we should be taxing those fucking churches, boss. Come on, let's be real. Well, they shouldn't have any tax fucking, you know what I'm saying? There should be no tax breaks for those guys. All right, dude, let's watch a little bit of this. There's a little bit of, I guess, Cenk and Anna reacting to Zoran's win, right? All right, let's see here.
Yo, KO, wake up.
Thank you, my friends.
All right.
33-year-old Assemblyman Zoran Mandani, a social media savvy, self-described democratic socialist, has ridden a wave of anti-establishment sentiment to a shocking victory.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
Let's go.
Last night,
dude, I was not shocked, right? I mean, I was hoping he would win, and like, dude, the amount of money. Look at this fucking guy, though, bro. Like, why is this guy even running, dude? Are you shitting me? Like, why are we running some fucking sex pred fucking weirdo, bro? That shit just ain't right, right? Like, you look at this guy. Let me pull the picture. I got a fucking picture in here. That's a good one. Okay, let me pull it. Here it is. It's my fucking, right? It's my Cuomo picture. Right here, dude. Look at that. Look at that shit, bro. This is at an event. This is one of the girls that, like, was named in the complaint against him of, like, dude, he was, like, sexually harassing me. Look at him. Look at the way he's holding on to her fucking head, bro. Like, goddamn, dude. Put those mitts in your fucking pocket and go get a therapist, right? Isn't that crazy? That shit is nuts. And it's out in public, dude. Fucking weird. I know this one right here, doesn't she look like she's fucking, like she's gonna do the double blink, right? She's gonna Morse code us like, somebody please come and get me. Dude, like she just came out of an underground bunker.
Tonight, Cuomo said he called Mandani to congratulate him.
Tonight is his night. He deserved it. He won.
Well, you heard that correctly. Zoran Mamdani has shocked the Democratic establishment to its core by beating Andrew Cuomo in the New York City mayoral race. Now, despite being smeared as anti-Semitic, a communist by Republicans and Democrats alike, by the way.
Now, can I just say that I'm fairly certain they're going to gloat here in some way, shape, or form. They're going to be like, yes, like, we love Mandani, right? We love Mandani, and it was all like aligned with our philosophy. But dude, I don't recall them like 0% of their time was spent covering him. Okay? The literally through the entire that mayoral race, all they did was talk about Biden, it being, you know, young and whatever, fucking Cenk Uyghur's little young and dynamic, right? Oh, Biden is young and dynamic, right? And then a lot of talk about Obama and a lot of talk, you know, a lot of racist talk about fucking Kamala Harris, and a lot of like, Trump really is not as big of a fascist, and please be nice to MAGA, but they've never fucking said shit about him. Yeah, no, we're going to watch her take right after this. We're going to back to back. We're going to see what she does here on TYT, and then we're going to bounce over to her take real quick. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, no, I know, Natalie. They were not like in his corner. I mean, you would have thought that Cenk Uyghur would be talking about this guy, because this guy is definitely anti-establishment. He is like, you know, came from the same place that AOC did, which is DSA, right? Which, you know, AOC kind of like sort of separated a little bit from DSA once she got into the power structure of Washington. And I think she did that to get into, like, she wants to get deep in the power structure, which I think is good. Right? We do need a power structure change in Washington, like, badly.
Mamdani managed to break through all of that noise to unite a pretty broad coalition of New Yorkers. And we'll get into what that coalition looks like in just a minute. But he also was able to break through to, you know.
Just so you know, Taman Hana, I have no problem with the F word, but like, I can't have a lot of them in the chats. Right? Because if there's a lot of F words in the chat, like, YouTube will demonetize my video. And I haven't set any chat rules around that. So I'm probably going to change, like, you know what I'm saying? Pretty soon there's not going to be a chat on the screen. And then we can just F word all we want and talk all the shit we want. But just so you know, that's why I deleted that, because I say fuck all the time, but I can mute mine out. But if there's F words sometimes in the chat sitting there for a long time, the YouTube algorithm picks it up and thinks it's too much swearing, right? It's like, and then it wants to demonetize you, right? It's a little algorithmic thing. So no hard feelings, all right? In my other chat on Twitch, I had used Chatterino that would change the word fuck into meow. So people could just type it all day long and it would say meow, meow MAGA. All right, so just so you know, you're not going to have to deal with this come tomorrow, because I'm going to change the camera size and remove the on-screen chat. So, like, we're going to be good to go. But, like, I didn't want you to think I was just fucking, you know, doing you a dirty.
We'll get into a bit of Zoran Mamdani's, and his name is really difficult to say. I'm not mispronouncing it on purpose. Zoran Mamdani. We'll get into his win and how it's caused like this all-out panic in New York and in the Democratic establishment in just a minute. But first, Cenk, real quick, real concise, just one sentence, initial thoughts.
Down goes Cuomo. Down goes Cuomo. Down goes Cuomo. Our members asked for it, including Bloated Ego on TYT.com. I'm here to deliver, and it is a beautiful moment. The Democratic establishment has suffered a heavy blow, and more blows coming.
Dude, like, here he goes. Look at him, dude. Right? Now he's like, oh, establishment down. Cenky, now he's like, oh yeah, these are my people. Dude, Zoran would be, who are you exactly? Are you the guy who like hangs out with Charlie Kirk and shit? You fucking clown.
It's a great, great moment. We'll dissect what's next in this race.
So since New York City has ranked choice voting, elections work a little differently from what most Americans are used to. So,
dude, ranked choice is amazing. We have it here in Portland. We just adopted ranked choice. You know what's great about ranked choice, guys? Is you can sync completely undesirable candidates. You can, right? Like what happened in this election is pretty much everybody that voted for Mandani didn't rank Cuomo. Okay, that's how you go. And the people who voted for Cuomo may have ranked people, but like a lot of people, like everybody was not ranking Cuomo. We did the same shit here. So there was a woman on the city council here, a black woman named Joanne Hardesty, and she was feisty and she was aggressively taking on the cops and advocating for the homeless people. She was great. But she got the thing that black women always get. They get one of two things. Either black women get considered like they're stupid and they shouldn't be there like they did with Kamala Harris, or they get called combative, right? If a black woman stands up and speaks like a white woman does, everyone says she's combative. She's like causing a ruckus. She's creating fucking, she's too aggressive, right? That's what they get tagged. And so they did that with Joanne Hardesty. And then this guy named Rene Gonzalez, who had a Spanish name, but he was funded by all the fucking whitest institutions here in Portland and all the business interests. They spent $1 million to unseat the black woman city council member. Rene Gonzalez took her seat, started trying to make concessions for businesses and shit. And what happened is he ran for mayor, and that guy didn't place at all. Bro, the sex worker, right? Fucking Viva Las Vegas, who was great. She's who I voted for in the #1 position. But she was a sex worker, a well-known sex worker. She outplaced Rene Gonzalez. So, like, we fucked him. He is now, like, out of government. Oh, I loved ranked choice. It's so good. It really is. It's amazing. It delivers a much more broad, like, spectrum of like what happens with ranked choice is people that you find out really more who everybody kind of likes. And you also find out who people are strongly opposed to. And it allows those things to rise up, right? People that are strongly opposed will naturally go down, and people that everybody's kind of like, I'm actually like, that person actually isn't really bad. Like, I really do like a lot of what they're saying. I'm not sure if I want them to be the guy, but those people move up, right? It gives you a much better feel for what the whole population is feeling. It's really good. It's a great system.
Bear with me as I kind of explain the process. Mamdani's support after the first round of vote continuing will remain below 50%. And that means that the race will formally be decided by ranked choice votes that will be announced beginning on July 1st. Now, with 93% reporting in the first round, as you can see from this graphic, Mamdani was leading with 43.5% of the vote. And since he cross-endorsed with Brad Lander, who's a progressive who came third with 11.4% of the vote, he's predicted to benefit more than Cuomo from the next round of counting.
Right.
So you guys understand how that works,
yeah.
right? So
because basically none of the Zoran and Lander voters probably didn't rank him at all, right? Absolutely. Like he's fucking hosed.
Cuomo, who received 36.4%, has already conceded, although his campaign left the door open for a November run on a different party line.
Of course. Yeah. They're talking about running Eric Adams. Like, dude, as an independent, Cuomo is an independent. They're trying to rat fuck it. Bill Ackman. It's so dirty.
Which has happened before. I believe that happened in an election, a local election in Buffalo, New York, which was pretty gross and it totally worked. So I would not be surprised if Cuomo tried this. But Mamdani ran on an economically progressive platform. He did not hide the fact that he identifies as a democratic socialist, and he has promoted policies including a rent freeze on all stabilized tenants, tripling the city's production of affordable union-built rent-stabilized homes, making city buses free, raising taxes on the top 1% of earners and corporations, and creating a network of city-owned grocery stores.
By the way, his tax increase was only 2% on people making over $1 million, right? That was it, right? 2% tax on people making over $1 million. Glad you're here, boss. Let's go. Isn't that crazy? It wasn't even a big tax increase. And these people are like flipping out, dude. That's like, if you make $1 million, that's $2,000 in taxes. You make 10 million, it's $20,000. Dude, that's nothing for those people. They're so fucking cheap, bro. The wealthiest people in this country are just disgustingly fucking miserly, bro.
So he wants grocery stores to be publicly owned instead of privately owned. Now, here's an outspoken critic. He is an outspoken critic of Israel's genocide in Gaza. He's also very critical of Cuomo. But look, Cuomo's supporters repeatedly accused him of being anti-Semitic, specifically because he's been rightly critical of Israel's.
Dude, I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've talked at great length about how the people that are genuinely trying to protect Palestinian lives, how there are a bunch of anti-Semitic people that see that movement as an opportunity for them to like inject their anti-Semitism in the world under the guise of going after Zionism and shit. But that's not like the people that are protecting Palestinian lives and defending them are not. It's not anti-Semitic to think you shouldn't be bombing fucking children's hospitals and shit, you know?
Conduct. And
I mean,
you might
come
have
on,
seen,
man.
like, there was this viral video featuring a woman confronting him for being anti-Semitic. And I gotta say, the way he handled that was so good. Like, he didn't lose his patience. He was calm. He explained himself. And look, he's unfortunately being accused of the same thing that we get accused of when we tell the truth and show you evidence of what's happening in Gaza. Now,
dude, you guys, I don't recall them getting fucking attacked for that shit at all. I recall them getting attacked for being racist, right? And for, you know, like throwing trans people under the bus. But I don't think I've ever seen like them get attacked for like Gaza, right? I mean, I know Cenk's number one sort of the only issue he cares about is Israel, right? But I don't know, maybe I'm missing out on something. But yeah, isn't it weird? Isn't it weird that she sort of lumped herself into the victim again and sort of like self-identified, oh yeah, we're going through the same thing that Zoran is going through. And it's like, no, you're not. Like, these guys are, like, Anna and Cenk are grifty McGriftersons, you know? They are, dude. It's so, she always does that. Like, this is the same shit that Cenk just did when she's like, you know, one word on Zoran and he's like, establishment down, right? Like, Zoran's doing my thing, right? They just totally make it about themselves, right? They just make it about themselves, like, right off the bat. Exactly. They're just trying to, like, he's with us vibes, right? When it's like, no, you guys haven't done shit. You mentioned him like once. You know what I mean? The whole time.
His supporters, Cuomo supporters, I should say, included Bill Clinton, Mike Bloomberg, Jim Clyburn, and Richie Torres, which tells you everything you need to know about the type of people who wanted Cuomo to win over Mandani. And amazingly, Politico found that more than 40% of Cuomo's top endorsements by elected officials have come from people who publicly condemned him 4 years ago.
That's not a shock.
Now, just real quick, if you don't remember, Cuomo not only has been credibly accused of gross sexual misconduct.
Yeah, dude, the Candace Owens shit was gnarly. I'm going to pause that for a minute because that shit, all of that. See, Solam, I agree with you, not only with the Candace Owens, but think about every right-wing figure that they have glazed since this election, okay? Because there is Candace Owens. They've prostrated themselves for Glenn Beck. I mean, the Charlie Kirk shit, right? I've even seen him defending Laura Loomer. Like, what world are we living in? They've done a lot of, Anna shared the stage with Jack Posobiec on fucking her take on that PBD podcast. Like, what are we talking about? Bro, they are literally like with the outright, oh my God, yes, Nick Fuentes, they're like outright white supremacy, like right on board, and then except when Cenk briefly is like, oh, I'm a Muslim who's being oppressed more than anybody, right? You know how he does that too, right? Right? He like goes into, oh, I'm so oppressed. My people are so harmed.
Has been credibly accused of gross sexual misconduct by people who worked for him in the past. But he also made the horrible decision to send elderly people who still had COVID back to nursing homes where the virus continued to spread and a lot of elderly people died as a result. I think that story is something that people should not forget about.
What
because
an
he messed
idiot.
with people's lives and that wasn't okay.
Jesus.
I know that these salacious stories tend to get more attention. And by the way, sexual misconduct should absolutely get the attention, but that doesn't mean you should forget about the other horrible things that Cuomo did as a leader, as the former mayor of New York City. Now, yeah. So, Cenk, I know you're chomping at the bit, but I'm going to make you wait for just one more second. Who voted for Mandani? If you look at the borough level votes, he beat Cuomo in Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens, while Cuomo came out ahead in the Bronx and Staten Island.
Yeah. So if you look at this, they broke it down by race, and Mamdani won like all of the youth vote. He killed it with Asian people, Hispanic people. Right with like a lot of minority groups. He killed it with a lot of the Jewish voters. The one group that Cuomo won, like mega, was black voters. And I don't know, this felt like a lot of the same shit that Bernie and Hillary Clinton went through, where a significant portion of the black electorate, especially the older black electorate, when you get into black folks that are in their, 50s, 60s, 70s, the ones that were like lifted by the Civil Rights Act and the old school Democratic Party, those older black voters tend to hardline the establishment Democrat, right? Because it makes sense that was the party and the group of people that, you know what I'm saying? That like a lot of those older black voters, they still feel like that's their party. And I totally understand that. You know what I'm saying? I would love to hear what Ole has to say. We should get a link on that. Throw that link in the Discord, because I would love to hear her take on that. I've just noticed, watching Bernie and Hillary, it seemed like a lot of older black voters were just, they just won't let go of the mainstream Democratic Party. And it makes sense to me, because if you think about a black voter who's 70 years old, that was the party that fucking changed everything for them, right? You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't know, they're like, a lot of them, if they're not connected to the policies themselves, right? And oh, that makes sense. He did well in the mostly white and mostly black, right? And so that is, it just made sense to me. I could see how that fucking, right? I could see how that fucking happens. I mean, what's crazy about it is I watched a version of that happen when my mom was a Democrat. My dad was fucking, my dad was like a JFK guy. Okay. He had a picture of JFK, right, on his wall. My dad was a staunch JFK guy. My dad had, when we lived in Elkhorn, Wisconsin, a town of 3,000 people, there was one black a mixed race, black man, white woman, black daughter, white daughter family. They were our neighbors. My dad was his best friend. Okay, so I was always around a mixed racial environment, even in the small racist shit town we lived in. My dad was like a racial mixer guy, and he loved JFK. My dad was also pretty wildly uneducated, spent a lot of time in prison and jails. So he had a history of being in spaces where he was around black populations, because black people are just literally over imprisoned. It's insane. And it's always been like that. But anyway, they voted for Reagan. Okay. They voted for Reagan, right? Isn't that crazy? They voted for Reagan. You know why my parents voted for Reagan? Because of the film characters he played. Like at a critical time in their youth, Reagan played, the Gipper. The Gipper was the big one. He played this role, okay, that was like, the role of all roles about the human good guy who gave up everything to help the town. And they literally set aside all their political acumen and awareness to vote for this person that was comfortable. And like Reagan had a PR machine. So of course you just heard about Reagan, right? It was like they had a crazy PR campaign. And even with what Linda's saying, right? That they didn't know, they knew Cuomo, right? He was the name, but they also, Cuomo, my God, was they put so much money into mailers and shit like that. So people were getting the mailers. Dude, I loved Carter. And yes, Reagan was the beginning of the end. He was a deceitful, fucking degenerate motherfucker, racist. Oh my God, the welfare queen shit and the way that he turned his back on the AIDS crisis and the way they policed the cities after crack cocaine started ripping the inner cities apart. Just unfucking believable, dude. That guy was just a degenerate. And he fucked my parents' life up too by making it so they could never buy a house, right? Their chance at buying a house absolutely disappeared once he got in office. And I used to argue with them. I was only 10 years old, 11 years old, but I gave it my best. But dude, it's hard because what happens, and maybe this does tie into what Ole was saying, is if you're a little bit out of the loop politically, which my parents were, okay? My parents were not they sort of they were sideline politics, okay? They watched the news, right? But they didn't really investigate national politics. So then at that point, you just vote with what you know. And what they knew was that Ronald Reagan was a beloved actor who played the most honorable and sacrificing guy ever. That was a large portion of their youth that connected to the time when they were young and filled with all these ideals and shit and setting out on their journey. And so they just voted with what they knew, right? And it fucked them, and I think that is, yeah. So Linda, I saw fucking Ken Martin, I think, congratulated him, but what about that Chuck Schumer, dude? That Chuck Schumer was more of this Anna and Cenk shit, where the Chuck Schumer thing said, oh yeah, I worked with him for 8 years back when we were helping the beleaguered cab drivers, and he ran a good campaign, right? Congrats on running a good campaign or something. That resonated with the people in New York. It wasn't even a congratulations. It was just I'm just like him. And it looks like you kind of hit a nerve in New York City, right? In that tiny area of New York. It was such a degenerate, dude, such bullshit. The way some of those Dems, they congratulated him. So congratulates a strong fucking word.
Which that doesn't really surprise me. Staten Island tends to be a little more conservative. But in the Bronx, which of course is represented by AOC, I think, and this is just my guess, there has been more of a concern about disorder and crime and stuff like that in that area. So maybe some of Mandani's policies as it pertains to policing turned them off. That's just my guess. But his coalition, again, largely consisted of a broad range of people, including white, Asian, and Latino voters in economically and racially diverse areas of the city. Notably, he struggled more in middle class, predominantly Black areas in the Bronx and Southeast Queens, where Cuomo retained strong support from his years as governor. Cuomo also, that's right, he was governor. My bad, I made a mistake earlier. So he was governor. Cuomo also won islands of support on affluent Democratic strongholds like the Upper West and East Sides of Manhattan, and in Orthodox Jewish enclaves in Brooklyn, where Mamdani's views on Israel alienated some voters.
Dude, every time she says Mamdani's name, it's like, she's like, Mamdani, right? Dude, she like over pronunciates. Have you noticed that? Every time she says his name, she is like fucking pronouncing the shit out of it. Mamdani, right? Dude, she's so exaggerated with it. You know, Cuomo did this, Mamdani. It's like, whoa, Anna. Dude, she's not beating those allegations anytime soon.
And in a conversation on the Breaking Points / Drop Site live stream last night, Mandani, communications director, talked about, you know, their strategy, how they managed to win, and how they even reached out to, they reached out to Trump voters? Interesting. Let's see how that turned out.
After Donald Trump was elected and everybody was in a state of shell shock, what was this about? What happened? What did we do? We said, let's just go ask people. Like, let's go to the hearts of immigrant New York. Let's go to South Richmond Hill. Let's go to Fordham Road. Let's go to working class immigrant and Black and brown neighborhoods that swung big for Trump and just ask people, why'd you do it? And we really made a sign that said, let's talk politics. This was 5 days after the presidential election. Stood on the corner and said, let's talk. And we heard again and again and again, I used to have more money in my pocket. Things used to be more affordable. The government is not delivering for me, but there are endless wars around the world, you know? And obviously Trump cynically and disingenuously spoke to those things. He also said cheaper prices end the wars, right? And those are the things that we heard all over the city, especially in those neighborhoods. And when Zoran then said, I'm running for mayor to freeze your rent, make buses fast and free, deliver universal child care, they said, I'll come back and I'll vote for you. And we are actually seeing that tonight.
Pretty wild, man. Pretty fucking wild. Now, of course, Trump was lying, but now we all realize what's about to happen, right? Look at Anna's face. We know what's coming here is now we're about to get a double jerk session with Anna and Cenk being like, aha, Kyle and Crystal are so wrong. They converted MAGA people. Oh, they won the MAGA people back. They won the MAGA people back. But I tell you what, right? He said they went and talked to find out what the MAGA people wanted, right? Or how they were feeling, why they voted for Trump. And then, you know, he developed his platform, but he didn't just develop a platform to win MAGA, and he didn't throw civil rights under the bus anywhere. He didn't back down from any of his shit. You will not see Mamdani fucking hanging out with Charlie fucking Kirk, okay? I guarantee you that is not going to happen. He's not going to say, hey, Charlie, let's go have a beer, right? Let's go have a beer so you guys can fucking kidnap me and like run me down to El Salvador. You know, but I think they're going to gloat. I mean, I think they picked that clip just specifically like, see, this is so crazy, right? This is so crazy because do you realize the level of propaganda that's going on here, guys? That like Anna and Cenk are not even delivering the news stories anymore. They are only delivering the news stories that support their narrative of MAGA pivot. Okay? They are literally taking every story they pull in to report on, and it's either to go against Karen Bass, against Gavin Newsom, to support their MAGA pivot, to say that Donald Trump's not very fascist, to support like Candace Owens really made sense today, right? Dude, every goddamn news station or news story they cover is actually a circuitous route to say like we're right. And this like propaganda we're feeding you is what you should be believing too. Dude, it's wild. It is some fucked up shit, man.
So reaching out to people who voted for Trump seems to have worked in this situation. I could be wrong, but that was my read of it. What do you think, Cenk?
Yeah. Look, that's of course is true, but that's what people have to understand. Reaching out to listen to them doesn't mean that you have to agree with them on their right-wing policies. Zoran didn't agree with them on any of their right-wing policies. And so, but that doesn't mean that you have to curse at them. That doesn't mean you don't have to talk to them. It means you listen and then you go, okay, let me pitch my ideas to you based on what I heard from you. And let's see if there's an intersection here. And of course there is. Everybody wants lower prices on housing and many other things that he pushed. So
yeah, but he's not throwing transgender people under the bus. Zoran Mamdani threw no people under the bus. Okay, repeat after me, Jenky. Okay, what should I repeat? Where's my neck? Zoran Mamdani, in his campaign, whether MAGA voted for him or not, or whatever the Trump voters, he threw no one under the bus. Okay, he did not sacrifice deeply held fucking personal convictions about civil rights in order to coalesce. Right? Oh, you guys hate trans people? Well, I'll take it. Let's go have a beer, Charlie. He did not do that. You son of a bitch. Okay? So don't fucking, right? He's like sitting there giving us the whole like, oh, you got to understand how he did it. But he did not compromise his fucking values. Okay? He merely listened to them and then he developed his own fucking platform that spoke to their needs. But he did not fucking meet them halfway and start sacrificing the things that he fucking like believed in or held dear or were part of the DSA platform just in order to shore up some MAGA votes. And they're not going to make that distinction here. They're not, because it's a fucking clown world they live in. Oh, dude, that's a good frame right there. Dude, Jenky Takes a Shit by Tommy's YouTube channel. Look at him, dude. He's pushing one. Oh, shit.
What I heard from you. And let's see if there's an intersection here. And of course there is. Everybody wants lower prices on housing and many other things that he pushed. So we're going to do a lot of fun things here. I'm going to talk about his strategy and his substance. One of the fun things I'll tell you about is, did I know this was coming? Okay, you know, I love predictions. I'll tell you about that in a second. But first I want to...
Did I know this was coming? No, you didn't know this was coming, right? You barely talked about this guy. He was not championing this guy at all.
That was a communications director that you just watched for the campaign, Andrew Bard Epstein. And so I think they did a wonderful, amazing job with communications, not just in reaching out to Trump voters and seeing what they want. That was a part of it and a good part of it, an important part of it. But much more important was, oh my God, his social media, online media engagement was through the roof. And he was so good at it. He was so good at the debates. So look, I'll tell you what I'm most excited about, which is like two things that I get out of this. Number one, the more the establishment is defeated, the happier I am. So in this case,
dude, he's going to make it all about him and his like imaginary establishment journey.
Defeating the establishment from the left, that's beautiful. And of all the people to defeat in the establishment, Andrew Cuomo, perfect, right?
See, yeah, we do have to make a point. Dude, thank you, Upside Down. All you guys that are here, I appreciate you. And I'm going to be getting gone pretty soon, too. Actually, I think we're going to have to watch the Anna Kasparian take on this tomorrow. But one thing that, like somebody said it in chat, is if you look at this, they were not heavy into Zoran the whole time. They were not making a huge deal about him and like supporting this campaign the whole time. For the last couple months, Cenk has been talking about fucking, you know, like his MAGA outreach and how like the Dems are doing it wrong and Biden was young and dynamic and his usual shit talk of Obama. But now that Zoran won, Cenk is like here to tell you, he told you. See? Oh, yeah. Did I believe this? Yeah, I saw this coming. Right? He's like the guy that after the race is over, he walks up to people and is like, let me tell you, I think that long shot's going to win, bro. Dude, he is such a fucking swindler, bro. Like, what a smarmy swindler. Like, hold on. I just want to do something for the sake of doing it here. Okay? Like, let me just look at this real quick. Look at this. So if we look at him, we look at his tweets. Now, granted, they may not all be coming up, but he only has a couple tweets about the guy, right? Back in June. Okay, right? He I thought this was fucking last year. This is after he fucking won, bro. Look at that. Nothing before this. Holy shit. I thought one of these was fucking old, but I'm just now realizing it is literally, look at that. He didn't tweet shit about him until after the victory. I thought there was one old one, but of course, look at that, dude. Nothing. And we know Cenk tweets a fair amount. Okay. Isn't that wild? Dude, again, let's look at it. All of his fucking tweets about him are after he wins this shit. Dude, that's wild. Not a single fucking tweet about that. And then it was only in response to Nick Sortor attacking Islam. So Cenk was even kind of like more defending Islam than he was defending Mandani. That's crazy. Isn't that nuts? That is like so telling, bro. And now he's like, let me tell you, behind the scenes, I knew he was going to win. I wrote it in my journal. Right? That's what he's going to say. He's going to be like, there's a page of my, on my vision board at home. And there's a little picture of Zoran. Oh, dude.
So, and for me, the thing about Andrew Cuomo that always drove me crazy and is related to this race. He always looks out for his donors. He's always trying to protect the status quo.
Yeah, Cenk Uygur loves those donors too, man. Polymarket, Katzenberg, you name it. He loves that corporate money.
And some of his top donors were real estate donors. They have been historically, and they were in this race. One group alone gave him $2.5 million. So the real estate industry gave him an enormous amount of money just for this, small and quick mayoral race, right? And then Bloomberg gave him $8.3 million. And I love to see that being wasted. That is so beautiful to see, right? So all of this, keep the status quo, didn't work. We're in a new era. We're just saying, oh, it's okay, I'm the Democratic establishment. I know what I'm doing, and just vote for me. I'm the only one who can win. Not working at all anymore. And I'm super psyched about it, right?
Yeah, see, dude, I'm glad you brought up the Trump thing because Cenk is very Trump-like, okay? Cenk will like go and transactional with anybody. You can be a Nazi unless it's somebody that he absolutely hates and abhors. Then he'll never contact, right? I'll never fucking speak to you like Sam Cedar and shit, right? So he's transactional until you're the end. And if he holds that resentment, he can't not, right? Like, show me an interview where this motherfucker, where Cenk Uygur doesn't talk about Kamala or Biden or Obama or MSNBC, dude. He holds those resentments. He can't not talk about it, right? He just can't. The other thing, the way he's like Trump, is that he tries to browbeat you and he uses circular, like avoiding of the question, and he'll sort of insert his commentary while you're speaking in a really snide sort of way. He fucking he takes credit for shit that has nothing to do with him. He will like diminish people who have achieved a lot, like Kamala Harris, and say, oh, she couldn't string 2 sentences together, when she's like clearly fucking like very composed, very fucking intelligent, and very accomplished. But he won't ever give credit. I mean, dude, he has so many things in common. It's like he wants to be Trump. He wishes he could go into the Democratic Party and do to it what Trump did to the Republicans. But we would never let somebody like that fucking take over the party. Like, no fucking way, man. No fucking way.
So why do I think Zoran won? Is it because of, the district? No, Anna, a big part of AOC's district is also in Queens. I think that a couple of things have changed demographically and culturally in New York and across the country that are, I think, a little important, but then I'm going to get to the big point.
See, I'm going to tell you, here's why I think, like, obviously, one of the things that helped Mandani was the youth vote and the fact that, like, the pro-Palestinian movement in America emanated from Columbia and fucking New York City, okay? That was, like, the heart of this fucking, like, this revolution of people sort of, like, really calling out the crimes of Netanyahu, okay? That was, ground zero of that was in New York. So there's, like, the youth population there. But the other reason, I think, is New York, it's so hard to live there that, like, the effects of late stage capitalism are felt first and most acutely and most intensely in New York City. So, like, more than anything, they're realizing, like, we need some socialism. We need to, like tone down the profit is the only important thing, because they're literally, the people that are not rich are literally getting priced out of the city, but the rich people need all those poorer people to work in the city in order for them to have their creature comforts, right? So they need restaurants and hotels and all this other shit, all the services they use, the subway, they need all that, but they fucking, like, the people that do those jobs can't afford to fucking live there anymore, man, because it's so out of fucking control. And so they're tired of that bullshit capitalism where they are supposed to, like, live 20 miles away and sacrifice their whole fucking life to come in and push a broom so some rich fuck can, like, have, a sex worker feed him grapes all day in a fucking penthouse, man. You know what I mean?
So what I remember...
And yeah, MAGA did not vote for the Muslim guy. There were some non-MAGA voters that voted for Trump because they wouldn't vote for a black woman that, may have voted for Mandani or may have, like, not ranked him somewhere in there when the people weren't ranking Cuomo. But there were no MAGA people that were staunch Trumpies that fucking were like, oh yeah, we're going to vote for the Muslim guy. Like, not a chance.
When, I was involved in the Just Democrat race when AOC won that historic primary also in New York, right? Against Joe Crowley. And in that case...
Dude, he's kind of implying that he had something to do with AOC. Dude, this guy is such a credit sneak.
We were rooting
credit thief
for a low voter turnout. we were trying to ambush them, basically. Joe Crowley did not have as much name recognition in that district as they thought he did, and we thought low voter turnout with young, energetic progressives in the district might make the difference, and it did, and that was definitely the right strategy. By the way, run by Shurkat Chakrabarti, who's currently running against Nancy Pelosi in a primary. If he takes her out, oh, good night, Irene. The establishment is wiped out. So go check out Shurkat's.
Dude, he had to throw his boy in there. Dude,
campaign, and make sure you're helping there. He could be the next Zoran Mamdani.
So, dude, first off, let's be clear, guys. You ready? Cenk Uygur did not invent the low turnout fucking like strategy. Okay, the low turnout strategy is something that is driven like in between elections, off year elections, and it primaries, right? That has been around for a long time. Okay, I know he's like, oh, we had this big special strategy. He's like, I helped AOC get in office, yada, yada, yada. But dude, that strategy's been around like for a long time. And Democrats have taken advantage of that for a long time, because the weird thing is Republicans are more likely to go out and vote in like a big presidential campaign where they have a candidate that is like a clear like head of the party and a clear leader that has some sort of momentum and gravitas behind them. But Republicans are notoriously shitty at turning out for anything but that, okay? Because they're the laziest fucking voters out there. They only turn out for the big presidential election, right, when there's some clear leader of the party. But otherwise, they don't fucking get off their couch unless they're going to grab another bag of pork rinds or to try and throw a fucking trans person in the wood chipper. That's it. Other than that, they're fucking firmly planted on the couch, just being fucking douchebags, right? I'm serious. It's hard to get them out in primaries and shit like that. You know, conservatives. Now, in this case, it's, you know, a fucking Democratic primary. So you're not dealing with fucking, you know, conservative people, but you are dealing with independent sort of like conservative Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? It's like the same fucking thing applies. The more conservative sort of Democratic voters are kind of like the same thing. They sort of have the same behavior. The really rabid show up at every primary, show up at every vote, that tends to be the much more left people. So it applies in the fucking the primary situation and shit too, you know? I mean, there's not a lot of difference between centrist Democrats and Republicans. I mean, they kind of are. I mean, if you looked at Europe, our whole Democratic Party is kind of Republicans. You know, I mean, really.
Okay, so now though, those young.
I mean, think about this. Just think about this, guys. Right? Mamdani's message was fucking free buses, free childcare for all the working families who need childcare that power this city, and a 2% tax on people who make $1 million or more. That's not radical. There's nothing radical about that. Like 0% radical. That is like, how is that even leftist? That is like a no-brainer. A free public transportation in a city of 18 million people that relies solely on public transportation, childcare for people that fucking work in the most expensive city in the world so they can actually have families and fucking work hard, and a tiny fucking tax on millionaires. Like, bro, what are we even talking about? The fact that that was radical is crazy. $30 minimum wage, yeah. What's radical about that, dude? $30 an hour? Dude, you realize what a $30 minimum wage is, guys? Think about this, okay? $30 times 40 hours a week, all right, is, right? Oh my God, dude. $1,200 a week, okay? times 52. Dude, that's only 62,400. After you take taxes off that, which is like, 18%. So 62,400 minus 11,000, it's literally $51,000. 51 grand. $30 an hour is 51 grand. Dude, that's nothing. Nobody in this country should be making less than 100 grand, right? 50 grand a year? Like, are you shitting me, bro? That's like a little over $4,000 a month, bro. That is like not a lot of money. If you're living in a city, you're paying $2 grand for a fucking apartment, bro. You know what I mean? I know, Dan. This is insane, boss. It's fucking insane, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even big money.
Progressives are a massive force in New York. We didn't need low voter turnout. This was a higher voter turnout election than historically than in the last couple of decades. And it helped Mamdani, did not hurt Mamdani. That means momentum is on our side, okay? So now when you get to the substance of it, okay, now here's where it gets a little interesting, because when I look at the particular policies that he pushed, I'm so curious about them because they're not the ones I would have picked. I'll be honest with you guys, right? And so,
well, yeah, but Cenk, let me just tell you, you said Mamdani's policies weren't the policies you would have picked. That's why Mamdani won that fucking election. And in California, you got 6% of the vote. Because Cenk Uygur, you have the worst fucking political instincts of anybody I have ever seen who is a major figure in politics. Yeah, you're like Cenk Uygur is goddamn dumb when it comes to political fucking strategizing. He's terrible, bro. He is. That's why he got 6% of the vote. Dude, I literally, from my Fortnite, I'm shit you not, from my Fortnite career, I bet I could go in the district that Cenk Uygur was in and get more than 6% of the vote just from having been a Fortnite streamer. I shit you not. I bet I could pull fucking 7%, dude. Like, not even with having any policies. Like, dude, you know what I'm saying? He literally took really important shit, man. Really important shit. Yeah, no, he's a progressive now, Knox, because a progressive knocked off an establishment guy. So Jenky is now a progressive for an evening, right? Yeah, he was a moderate, but no, he's deeply progressive. He's deeply progressive, remember?
But I'm number one, their change as opposed to the status quo. So great, let's try them. Let's try them and see what happens, right? And I'm genuinely curious to see, can he really raise corporate taxes by that much in New York? Will some of them leave or will all of them stay and then thereby disprove the mythology that they're all going to leave? So I'm very excited about that one. I like that one, and I'm curious to see what rate of increase is going to be sustainable, right? That's going to work, keep the companies there and produce the revenue that we need. He would not back off of the.
He keeps saying we, right? As if he like, dude, he's nowhere near New York, right? You notice how he keeps saying we, the revenue that we need, we. Yeah, nobody's leaving. This idea that if you fucking tax people, they're just gonna pack up their shit. You think the billionaires that live in these glitzy fucking penthouses in the fucking most cosmopolitan city in the whole fucking world are gonna just pack up their shit? Where are they gonna move? Florida in the fucking swampy, fucking sweaty heat? You know what I'm saying? Like, right, with what? With a 20-story building, right? They're gonna go to Atlanta? You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Dude, the quality of life that billionaires have in New York City is like one of a kind. That city is unfucking believable. Dude, no one's fucking leaving.
BDS movement against Israel, his strength there was through the roof. I loved it. Okay, so that's my favorite policy that he's got. But I know it doesn't relate much to New York. But so he would not back off of the BDS movement against Israel.
Yeah, that's the one thing that Cenk does like about, right, is right
his strength there was through the roof. I loved it.
He likes the anti.
So that's my favorite policy that he's got. But I know it doesn't relate much to New York.
Anti-Netanyahu
So
stuff.
rent control, I've historically think it as problems in the market, but we've got to try to lower the housing prices somehow. Nationally, I think it's by banning private equity from buying residential real estate.
Yeah, but see, the thing is if you look at Mandani, if I'm correct, his plan isn't about expanding rent control with existing properties. Okay, dude, let's go. Dude, Swollen, let's go, baby. Appreciate that. 37% for state and local government and government taxes. Got you. And where is that, Swollen? Where are you guys at? Are you in Europe? Are you getting medical care with that fucking with that thing? Oh, you're in NYC? Got you. 37% is for New York City. Dude, yeah. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, see, you should be getting benefits from that. You know, there should be benefits, you know. But what I wanted to say here, right, about like shit, what was I just talking about? I completely blanked out. What was I just talking about before I got distracted there? Does anybody remember? Dude. Oh, fuck, dude. I had a good thought, too. Maybe it'll come back to me. Let me roll back and see what he was saying.
He's got it, but I know it doesn't relate much to New York. But so rent control of historically.
Rent control. So my understanding was that they're just going to put a freeze on rent control for now, so they can't continue jacking it up. And then they were going to expand the amount of rent-controlled housing. So they're going to create more housing that is rent-controlled. Okay, so presumably, because now the New York City rent-controlled shit, you can't get in there. Okay, the people stay there for like 100 years once they get one, and then they leave it to family, or they try to like, you know, sublet it out or what have you. Like, people go to crazy ends to hold on to the rent-controlled shit, right? And so I believe that they were going to, what he was going to do was going to create more rent-controlled properties, right? And just expand its presence in New York without requiring other people who own properties to be rent-controlled. So there were some rent-controlled options available, and which I think is a good idea. Like, there should be, see, my thing is this, is create a national health care plan, and then if the rich people want to buy some fucking insurance, let them do it, okay? But everybody else has the national plan, right? Expand rent control property, so if you want to live in a cheap rent control place, you can. It's available to you, and then if people want to pay more for some other shit, let them pay more. You know what I mean? It's like we should have the option, right? The same way that there should be a UBI. So if I don't want to work, I can get my UBI of like $2,000 and do a little hustling, and I can live cheap in a cheap ass place with my cheap ass money and just fucking eat ramen all day and fucking be an artist or be in a goddamn rock band. And I don't have to be a capitalist fucking tool, right? You know what I mean? There should be an option outside of having to participate in this fucking soul-crushing, life-extinguishing fucking corporate fucking shellacking that we're all forced into.
I think it has problems in the market, but we've got to try to lower the housing prices somehow. Nationally, I think it's by banning private equity from buying residential real estate. That's in our populist plan.
That needs to happen.
In the city, I get why they want to do a rent control freeze. I'm a little worried about how the market dynamics there, but I think it's worth trying and see how it goes. Same thing for school buses, same for free childcare. Can they really do it? Does that make a big difference? And then finally, on defund the police, there's a program to move some of the funding to community service programs.
Dude, defund the police. I know people don't like the name, but it needs to happen, guys. Okay, too much money goes into cops for riot gear, brand new cars, tanks, fucking equipment that they use once a fucking year if they're lucky, right? And then old equipment just fucking ends up getting like thrown away. They're always getting brand new shit, right? But like, dude, the amount of crimes they solve and the amount of like wreckage they cause with their lawsuits and all this shit, like we could tone that down. Okay, we could take half of that policing budget and they can drive around in some old cars and use fucking the same old shit that they've been using for a lot longer. They don't need to have goddamn howitzers and shit and fucking 100 different kinds of fucking vehicles and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? They can have one fucking SWAT team. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Right now with the overtime and the cops standing around and all this, like they send them out en masse too often and just suck up this money, and they use all the money so every year they can keep expanding the budget. It's the oldest trick in the book. And they're not producing, right? If crime is going up, it's because policing is not working, right? It's not going up because of Democratic politicians. It's because policing doesn't work, okay? Eradicating poverty and providing actual services to the people works. Most of the time, the cops are showing up after a crime where there's no perp there. So we don't even need cops at that point. You need social workers. You know, I mean, dude, come on, man.
Again, I'm very curious. Is that going to work? Could it lower crime? Does it increase crime? Obviously, we will give you an honest assessment of that at some point. And we're not going to play around with the numbers and tell you it worked if it didn't work, or tell you that it didn't work if it did work, right? So we're going to be fair and honest about that. And
I don't know that that's actually true. They're going to, depending on what the power structure looks like and who's paying them money, they're going to give you an honest assessment based on their funding.
I see him try these things because change is so much better than not changing. And he's trying to address these folks. And that gets to my most important point, which is, guys, we've been asking for change the whole time. And you know, would I have picked a different policy than government-run grocery stores? Definitely, but maybe I wouldn't have won.
Dude, I think government-run grocery stores are amazing, okay? Or any type of nonprofit or very low-profit grocery store that is like negotiating for the price of goods in a way where they have enough leverage to bring that negotiated price down and set some controls on it to be able to provide people food that is not ever increasing in price, even if the government takes a little bit of a loss on operating them, like the post office of fucking grocery stores. You know, use the post office versus UPS, and you'll see what I fucking mean about this shit, right? It's like taking the profit incentive and the needs to create billions, you know, because I know they always say this shit about groceries are 2% fucking overhead or whatever, 2% profit margin. But go look at how much money Kroger and Walmart are bringing in on groceries, guys. They're bringing in a fuck ton, and people have to pay it or they're going to die. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Government having a government-funded option, right? You don't need to shop there. You can still go to your ritzy grocery store, but at least be a place where low-income people can go and get some food and not get ravaged. Like, man, you know what I'm saying? And we know, too, you ready for this? You know that the minute they do government-run grocery stores, the minute they do it, all those Upper East and West Side motherfuckers are going to go shop at the cheap government-funded ones. You know it! Those rich fuckers right up living in the buildings next to Central Park are going to be the first fucking people in those stores. They're going to be buying shit like cha-ching, bro. Those cheap fucking people. You know it, man. You know they'll be in there. They'll like dress down in some raggedy shit to go in there and get shit cheap, right? Oh my God. Dude, yeah, Cenk is like so full of shit, bro.
Right? So he picked these policies. They voted for him. So let's give him a shot to run these policies and see if they're brilliant. See if they totally work. And did I see this coming in? No, I didn't. because I was,
dude, it's crazy because Kamala Harris had some policies like that were brand new, like $25,000 down payment, right? Crazy expansion of the business credit, right? She was going to prosecute, like she said she was going to prosecute price gouging, but you knew that meant she was going to like look at people that were gouging the marketplace, you know, jacking up prices. She had some pretty new ideas, but he wasn't saying, oh, she's going to do some shit that's changing or different. Wow, she had some different policy ideas, right? He didn't extend that shit. But after somebody wins, Cenk's like, oh yeah, let's give him a shot. Dude, he is such a fucking suck up, bro. He is such a suck up. Like, dude, anybody that he's doing this to try and like legitimize him in the leftist world or some shit now. Right? It's like, dude, he's such a suck
used
up.
to the AOC era where you had to have low voter turnout. And if you had, you know, the establishment show up in a race this big, that they were going to, especially with the ads and stuff, I have seen them overwhelm us time and time again. And Zoran was, you know, not running on like mild policies. He was running on pretty aggressively socialist policies. And so,
dude,
but
aggressively socialist in fucking America, right? Where our only policy is you go to work and fucking like get nothing for 70 years until you're dead and give all your fucking receipts, all your money to the fucking richest motherfuckers on the planet. Like, what is he talking about?
Whether the New Yorkers agree with those policies, et cetera, we're going to find out as we go along. But the fact that he was so strong about it, and said, yeah, that's right. I'm not backing off my position on Israel.
Yeah, and Cenk, you should learn a lesson from Zoran, okay? You know what I'm saying? You should learn a lesson, Cenk Uygur, because when you went to AmFest and you threw trans people under the bus publicly, and then you went on Jillian Michaels' show and did the same shit, right? Zoran would never do that. That's the difference between you and him. He's not gonna, he even stood on fucking CNN and said, I don't like capitalism. And let me tell you why. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not gonna back down. He's not gonna become anti-trans so Charlie Kirk will fucking let him share the stage with him. Okay? Or Dr. Phil YTY. Right? Come on, Janky. You have 0% Mamdani in you. I know you think you do because you're trying to glom on, but like, you're not him, bro. You're a 6%er, dude. Mamdani's a winner.
And I'm not backing off any of these policies. That was wonderful to see, and the right strategy.
Okay, I need to jump in, especially when you say you didn't expect this to be the outcome of the race. Well, it turns out that Andrew Cuomo's top donor also didn't expect this to be the outcome. And this is amazing. So just bear with me as I read this. This was reported by the New York Times. As donors try to assess their next moves in the mayoral race, one of the biggest donors to Andrew Cuomo's super PAC, the investor Mark Gorton, said he is likely to back Mamdani. That is because of the support that Mamdani had gotten from Brad Lander, who Gorton said he ranked first. I feel like people misunderstood my $250,000 for Cuomo for real enthusiasm, he said in an interview. It was basically, oh, looks like Cuomo is coming back. We don't want to be shut out. Let's try to get on his good side. That's kind of how things work with Cuomo. It's sad political pragmatism. I wish we lived in a world where those sort of things were not useful things to do.
I mean, that's the only reason why a lot of people are buttering Trump up, because they know that Trump is a transactional motherfucker who will fucking hound the shit out of you and make you and your business miserable if you're not on board, right? Because these guys are fucking degenerates. But it's crazy with Zoran. Like, I had not heard a ton about the election, right? It was pretty like off my radar. Mostly I had heard that Cuomo was running, and I was like, dude, what the fuck is going on that the Democratic Party, like, that was my angle, was why is the Democratic Party supporting that fucking piece of shit, right? But then as soon as I fucking like took a minute to look into fucking Mamdani, I was like, this guy should win in a landslide. This is like one of the best political candidates. Then I saw he was DSA, and it made a lot of sense. But he was one of the best political candidates I've seen in an urban environment. You know what I mean? And the shit, though, that, like, tell me that rural people wouldn't appreciate some free health care. Dude, everybody in America should have free access to quality health care. Quality shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, the guy is like real as shit. And the other thing I liked was the Mamdani lander, right? You know what I'm saying? Like having two guys running for the same thing, but like sharing the way they were like doing those bike rides together and shit. Like when you see people campaigning with each other for change and not just against each other because everybody there is an enemy, just the sheer acknowledgement that even amongst the Democratic primary contenders, some of them were not enemies with each other. And that says a lot about the type of candidate that you are, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the kind of shit that I wanted to see from Bernie Sanders with Hillary back when he was running against Hillary. That, like, Bernie, I don't think did that really well at all. That I thought it would be really fucking, I thought it would have been really, like some good shit if Bernie had had a little bit of that cooperative nature to him, just in general. I feel like that's the one thing that Bernie was just sort of missing on is the coalition. Like, you know what I mean? Because coalition is really important. It is. Coalition is important, but it needs to be a coalition on your own side, right? It's your own side coalition. It's about bringing the factions of the left together. You know what I'm saying? That is what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? You worked on Bernie's campaign? Yeah, I just felt like Bernie like kind of fucked that up at the end with Hillary, right? He like, I would have liked to have seen Bernie like be a better bridge builder. Yeah, no, his crowds were great. Dude, Bernie was great, but it was just the uniting with the other candidate, right? Bernie did not win. Okay, Bernie didn't fucking win in 2016. You know what I'm saying? No, I know you say the Dems fucked it up, and there is some of that Dems fucked it up, but you have to go look at Alabama and you have to go look at Mississippi. Bernie couldn't win the black vote, and you can't win a Democratic primary without the black vote. Okay, and so I know you say the Dems fucked it up for him, and there may have been some of that going on, but Bernie also wasn't showing in Democratic strongholds. And if Bernie had shown in the Democratic strongholds, the Dems wouldn't have been able to do what they did to him. Okay? And so you can't discount that Bernie was a huge, like Hillary won like 80% of the vote. So did Joe Biden in those Democratic strongholds. And so that was a problem that haunted Bernie. His crowds were big, but they were white middle American crowds. And so that was like, fuck Bernie up. But I mean, let me be honest. I love Bernie's policies and I love Bernie's energy, but I've always felt like Bernie was not good at building coalitions. He was good at being the like, I alone can fix it guy. And I think that sort of worked against him. The Democratic Party needs to have a fucking things. When you say Biden wasn't even close, all right, hold on. Let's go look at the primary results. I mean, come on now. All right, let's go look here. All right, let's go look at let's look at it by state. I mean, look at this, dude. Look at the state of fucking Mississippi there. You see that? Look at that shit. This is why Bernie was never going to win a Democratic primary. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you know what I mean? Like, dude, that's fucking 81% Joe Biden, 14% Bernie. Okay? This is what I'm fucking talking about here. Okay? This is the part that haunted Bernie, okay? And it haunted him in 2016 too. And you could talk about all the fuckery and shit, but the reality is you have to be pulling 60%. You know, you have to be able to win these southern states to win a Democratic primary, okay? And that was the part that fucked Bernie up, okay? It was that Bernie truly resonated most with the white rural voters, okay? Which is, you know, it haunted him, right? When you look at these numbers, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? And again though, right? Again, here's the deal though. You ready, guys? Listen to me and listen very carefully and hear me, okay? You ready? Because you got to understand this about Bernie. Yes, MSNBC. Yes, Jim Clyburn. But look at what happened with Mandani. They did the same thing to Mandani with the coalitions, with the Democratic Party, with all the negativity, with all the rat fucking. But the thing is Bernie was not good at building coalitions. Okay, so Bernie, when he's under attack like that, he wasn't good at bridging that shit. Okay, that is Bernie's biggest flaw. Bernie is the guy, the rebel, the outsider, but when the heat is on and they're rat fucking him, Bernie can't build a coalition to outdo rat fucking, okay? And you've got to be able to build coalitions. And that's why if Bernie had one, you ready? Let me just lay this out for you. And I don't dislike Bernie because Bernie's great on policy and Bernie is great on fucking his passion. But if Bernie had won, he would have accomplished 0% of his shit because Bernie would not have been able to make a coalition with anyone in Congress. They would have Jimmy Cartered his ass. Okay. And so let's just see, guys, let's see Bernie right now because you know Bernie's not running, but Bernie is building a juggernaut. Let's see how he handles the handoff of what he's building right now. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Bernie does it, if he navigates this and builds a left coalition, or if Bernie fucking like fucks this up. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Again, I am not skeptical of Bernie's things. I am not skeptical of Bernie's policies. And I am not skeptical of Bernie's ability to bring out a big turnout and energize young voters. He did that. He did that great. But my problem is that like we live in a world where there is a Democratic establishment and they are going to try and fuck you. And in order to fucking defeat them, you have to build a coalition with everybody but, right? Like Bernie, like he needed to develop a coalition to go and undo the James Clyburn. He had to go and undo MSNBC. And the way you do that is by not just speaking to the group that's showing up for you, but you have to find some way to detonate the people that are the political machine that is attacking you. Okay. And the thing about that is Bernie, I didn't see Bernie do any of that. He just did the machine's attacking me and I can't do anything about this. And that's like what the outsider kind of vibes do, you know? And I was disappointed in that. And ultimately, that was part of the reason why I didn't I didn't vote for Bernie, right? I did. I loved him, but I didn't vote for him. You know what I'm saying? And dude, I mean, I'm just telling you, right? Like Bernie had a lot of trouble with people of color, right? He did. I mean, he did really well in the white environments. I saw it here too, man. It was like, you know, I mean, it's part of it is just the DNA of his message is from Vermont, which is mostly white. You know what I'm saying? And I think he could have, I feel like Bernie could have I feel like he could have maybe outdone the rat fucking. You know what I'm saying? Right? I feel like he maybe could have if he had been a little better of a bridge builder, right? You know what I mean? Did I attend a rally in Portland? I did, right? I think I saw, maybe I didn't, maybe I did not. But rallies though, I mean, like, why do you think, like, what would attending a rally have done for me, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what would have attending a rally have done? I mean, explain to me why if I had attended a rally, I watched a bunch of rallies. I mean, he had massive rallies and he was great at like marshaling that rally type energy. But I think what Les said right there is really important. Some black folks didn't feel seen by him. And I'm telling you, me as a white guy who liked Hillary Clinton, I didn't feel seen by Bernie. I didn't. I felt like Bernie was like, because first of all, let's just look at Bernie's not a Democrat, okay? He's an independent who's been staunchly independent his whole life, and he only became a Democrat twice, and that's when he was running for president to use the Democratic infrastructure to try to win the president. Now that alone like bothered me because either A, why aren't you running as an independent, or B, why aren't you becoming a Democrat? I had a problem with that as a Democratic voter. I was like, why is this lifelong independent trying to take over my political party when a huge swath of black voters that have been Democrats their whole life don't trust the man because they feel like he's not even speaking to them, right? And to me, that's fucking was a problem for me as a Democrat. You know what I mean? That was a problem, right? He had a D next to his name during those presidential candidates. But I'm not going to argue about Bernie because Bernie didn't win, right? And I know why Bernie didn't win, and it wasn't just because the Democrats rat fucked him, right? It was because he like couldn't win over a part of the party that he needed to fucking win over if he wanted to win that election. And it's because he didn't do what Zoran Mamdani did. He didn't go out and meet them where he was. He just claimed everyone's attacking me and rat fucking me and making me like they're stealing it from me. And I think that was a bad play to say they're stealing it from me, right? Like to me, I think he should have probably, like, if he wanted to win in 2020, he should have become a Democrat after that election, and he should have tried to be the bona fide leader of the new Democratic Party. And he didn't do that. He's always just sort of remained like, I'm an outsider, and they're all preventing me from, like, I don't know. It's like he was too anti-establishment. You know, he didn't use, like Obama was anti-establishment too, but he used the establishment as part of his anti-establishment sort of coalition. And Bernie was just, it's me or nothing. And if it's not me, it's because they're fucking me. And they're stealing it from me because they're all bad. They're like, right? And I don't think you off the establishment that way. I think you can't be a victim of it. You have to be able to grab a certain piece, just enough of that establishment to fuel your fucking destruction of the establishment, right? It's like there's a game that has to be played. And I feel like Bernie failed that game. And now I'm nervous about 2028 because I'm nervous about like what Bernie's going to do in 2028. Is he going to use it to coalesce the left, or is he going to use it to sink the left? Because Bernie's got a lot of power with his movement, and how he does that handoff, I think could be a good thing or could be a bad thing, right? Yeah, you don't think. See, I don't think it's wrong to criticize Dems from the left either, but I think you have to be careful with how you do it in an election year. if you want to win, you have to be very wary of how you're critical of the Democrats during an election year. You do. You know what I'm saying? If you want to win, right? If you don't want to win, if you just don't care and you're fine with the Republicans winning and you don't care if you sink the whole thing, that's fine, right? It's like in non-election years, you can shred them like a motherfucker, but in an election year, you have to be careful of your party's PR, and you have to, if you want to win, okay, you do, because there's a whole bunch of unpolitically savvy voters who are going to, like, they're going to play the vibes, and the party that's fighting themselves and saying half of our party are crooks and terrible right up a month before the election, you're not fucking winning, okay? You got to know when to call your party crooks and when to coalesce in a unified unit. You got to know, like, right? Like, to me, the thing about this, to me, as soon as those Southern primaries started happening and Bernie started getting his clock cleaned, he should have been, how can I coalesce my movement with Hillary? Hillary's going to beat me. How can I become part of the Hillary? Like, how can I like coalesce my movement in a coalition with the more centrist Democrats and then become an inside player that can move the whole party to the left, right? And that's what I wanted to see from Bernie, because it became obvious he wasn't going to win, but he was still relentless. And then I got mad because eventually Trump figured out what part of Bernie's message was resonating with the people in the Midwest. And then pretty soon Trump started running Bernie's campaign from the fucking Republican side. And then I was like, holy shit, I think Hillary's going to lose. And then I started frantically sending emails to Hillary's campaign, right? And you know what I'm saying? And like that was like hard. It was hard to watch. And so the thing about this is upside down. Listen to me, okay? Listen to me. Is like the thing about this is telling the truth is great, okay? And it's important. You know what I'm saying? It's important. But the problem is there's a time to tell the truth, and then there's a time to fucking win the election, okay? And so if you're going to tell the truth right up until the fascists win the goddamn election, then you're telling the truth was a fucking failure, okay? Because you need to win the election too, okay? So I am all for telling the truth, but I really would like to win the goddamn election and then tell the truth after you win. And right, like that's the thing, is we live in a two-party fucking system. So yeah, there's a time to tell the truth, and there's a time to shut the fuck up and win the goddamn election, do whatever it takes to win the election, and then after you've won, it's time to get back to the truth-telling and to then hold your party accountable. But there is a game element to politics. And if you don't play that fucking game a little bit, you will not win, okay? Now, I wish it wasn't. I wish it was just you go up and tell the truth and everything happens and voila, it's fixed. But it doesn't work that way. A lot of politics is navigating the lies and navigating the systems of lives that we fucking live in, you know? And unfortunately, like, there's a game to be played. You know what I mean? I mean, there is. And like, you know, and I was really disappointed because Bernie got me so jazzed, right? Nobody got me jazzed like Bernie and his speaking of truth, right? He was like a great truth player. But like, let me just tell you, okay? And I'm going to tell you guys, Okay, here's the deal. So let's take it off of Bernie for a minute. Okay, and let me just take it to like the politics of business. Okay, like for example, all right, I'm going to share a personal story and then I'm going to go edit some videos upside down. And you can say you were there with Bernie and we don't agree, but it's not about agreeing. I'm telling you a system of politics exists. And for you to say that it doesn't is why you're going to lose if you keep doing that, because you have to acknowledge the systems of politics that exist. And I'm going to give you a workplace example. Okay, so check this out. So I got a job in LA at a waiter job, okay? And there were owners that ran this thing, and it was a family. And they had like a district manager that was their guy, okay? And that district manager, Billy, he had a lot of fucking power, okay? He did. So the thing is if Billy was on your ass, you had zero fucking power, okay? Billy had to like you, okay? Billy had to fucking like you. Now, the deal with this is I came in as a waiter in this family-owned restaurant that had very strict presentation policies about how the waiters could wear their hair, okay? And I was a rock and roller. I wore colored nail polish. I had a nose ring. I had my hair all different colors. I wanted to evolve that workplace, okay? In order to be able to have employees be able to have some personal flair. Okay, so what was interesting is I didn't do it right away. I did this over the course of like, I don't know, it was like 2 years, okay, where I got a job there. And the first thing you do politically is you start figuring out the power structure. Who in this environment has the power? Not the title, but the actual power. Okay, so when I went in there, I realized that one of the owners was central and had like the most power, of course, right? But then Billy, that owner's like main man, that guy who covered all the messes. So Billy was the fucking like the guy that you absolutely needed on your side. And then there was another manager, okay, a girl manager who was like way down on the totem pole, but she was like really close to the owners. And so the thing about it is as long as Billy and that girl manager were on your side, you had like navigational power. You know what I'm saying? And so ultimately what ended up happening is eventually like I fucking started going to work with the nail polish and with the colored hair and I took the nose ring out, right? And then there was a confrontation that eventually occurred between me and all of the owners. Right? But it was the long-standing relationships I had navigated, right? With fucking Billy and Minda that allowed that transformation to take place. And so over a period of a couple of years, I was able to enact some political change, right? Policy change inside the restaurant. Okay. And now I've done this to varying degrees in a lot of political environments, okay? I have yet to actually run for office, you know what I'm saying? But like a good example of this, I think, is AOC, okay? AOC has done a great job of like maintaining her leftist principles while also participating under the rules of power that exist in there. And so she is elevated in a way where she has allies. Okay, and the thing about Bernie is Bernie didn't have a lot of allies in the Democratic establishment. And that was a real problem for Bernie, okay? And then they came for him with a lot of attacks, but when they came for him, he didn't have a lot of establishment allies. And so that's the thing that, like, if you want to be a disruptor, if you want to be a true disruptor, you need to have some key strategic allies inside the fucking power structure. And even if you look at fucking Trump's shitty ass takeover of the Republican Party, he had a couple of key strategic Republican fucking whatever establishment allies in his takeover. And man, I wanted Bernie to fucking have some allies. You know what I'm saying? But he just didn't. He didn't fucking have any. And I think that was like really hard. You know what I'm saying? That was really hard. And I get you're saying that like that's maybe you think that's part of Bernie's magic, but now look what's going on. Like I saw Bernie recently on the Flagrant podcast with these guys sort of talking shit about the Democratic Party with some kind of like fucking right-wing bros. You know what I mean? And like, so like, I don't know, man. Bernie is kind of, that was weird to me that he's now, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the same thing with Cenk Uygur. Like Cenk Uygur doesn't want to make concessions and meet his own party or the left. He doesn't want to make a left coalition, but he's willing to go talk to the MAGA people, right? And that says a lot. But I'm telling you right now, Upside Down, if Bernie had been better at making a coalition, I think maybe he would have completed his revolution more. You know what I'm saying? I think, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I mean, Dan Woods, I think the thing about this, I think like the thing that was crazy about Bernie is like, I saw Bernie building these huge fucking crowds, right? These huge fucking crowds and a huge movement and a crazy fucking energetic, right? Bernie did. He built a grassroots thing that was unfucking believable. But you know what I never saw Bernie do? I never saw Bernie reach out to build a coalition with his perceived enemies that were out to get him. Okay? He never fucking, he like took more of a like, I don't know. He let that fuel his anti-establishment movement instead of like challenging them to like, you know, I don't know, to like, I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I'm saying? This argument is odd to you about what? About Trump winning? I mean, he was trying to change the system. Yeah, well, no, I get it. I just Upside Down, like my thing is I've actually in my life, I have upended some systems. And I'm telling you how I did it was by using coalitions with the enemy. And the thing about it is you said Bernie was trying to upend the system, but he didn't want to do coalitions with the enemy. And I think that was costly to him. And now, though, we're going into 2028 where he's not going to run and he's going to build another movement. It looks like he's building another movement. And so the thing about it is I'm curious to see how he handles this coalition he built. Now, the Republicans, though, they have a little bit of an easier go because most of their shit is white Christians. So they don't really need to build a coalition, right? But you know, one of the things that Trump did in this election is he made a concerted effort to reach out to the groups that had been opposed to him the first time around, right? They reached out to Latino men, to black men. They got a whiff of maybe some of those groups weren't too jazzed on the woman that was running. And he really reached out to groups of people that had fucking, you know, disliked him and fucking, you know, it pulled just enough. And then just enough people on the left didn't show up. You know what I mean? He lied and fools believed him. I mean, he did, right? But the thing about this though, guys, is don't get me wrong. I think you can use the Trump strategy, right? Of reaching out to your enemies and not lie. Okay. Like Mandani did that strategy and didn't lie. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And, you know what I'm saying? Right. But again, You know, you know, I mean, call it what it is. I think Bernie wasn't good at building coalitions, and he is, you know, he's had a real problem like getting, you know, other like-minded people into Congress with him. You know, like that's just one of the things that I wonder in 2016. Like for example, you ready? You ready? But think about this, guys. Okay, just follow me here. Think about this. Think about if Bernie had not been dead set on winning the presidency. Okay, just follow my thing here. Bernie's upending of the system. Because I still believe, guys, you ready? I believe that the biggest upending, if you want to upend the system, it's Congress. Okay, like we will get progressive policies when there's 200 progressives in Congress, right? That's the reality. Now, what if Bernie had like redirected his movement about, instead of Bernie like trying to run for president again in 2020, but what if Bernie had become a Sherpa of like the grassroots congressional movement and the statewide progressives movement? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I feel like he built this crazy, like in the end, I feel like Bernie built this crazy grassroots movement. And really the reality is what we ended up with left-wingers fighting other left-wingers. And like now we're staring down the fucking fascism. And like during the Obama years, even though Obama was anti-establishment, there was a lot more of like left was like a lot of left was still working with left. And now it feels like the biggest left-wing battle is with our own people and not with the other side. Like in this last election, we never came together at all. We like fought ourselves right up until the very end. And I was like, God damn, bro. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think Bernie did everything wrong. I like Bernie. Okay. I love his policy. I love his fucking policies, his policy ideas. And I love his penchant for telling the truth. I just always felt like, he told the truth till there was nobody left on his side. And I've found that, in order to advance a cause, you do need to have certain elements of the power structure on your side, right? Or popular opinion bigly on your side. And right. And so like even if you look at New York and Mandani, there is the way the voters that Cuomo won. I feel like the progressive movement needs to do a lot of outreach to the black community and figure out how the black community can be part of the progressive movement. And I think the progressive movement needs to find what part of the centrist democratic movement can be part of their movement, right? Like we need to build a lot of bridges on the left, which includes some centrist people. Like we need to get centrists championing a progressive platform. That's what we need. And we need some special magician in the political department that can pull that off, right? And you know what I mean? It's like we need progressives building, like getting the centrists to platform the progressive agenda. And I don't know how, right? You know what I mean? And, and like that's, we need a magician who can do that. And I thought Bernie was that guy, but Bernie wasn't that guy. He was a catalyst that maybe we get that guy now, right? right? You know what I'm saying? We didn't get that guy. I voted for Kamala Harris, just for the record. I was a staunch supporter of Kamala Harris. And I wouldn't badmouth her either. And a lot of leftists got really mad at me because I don't badmouth my candidate after, like, once we have a candidate, I don't badmouth them until after the election, right? And I don't hold I hold their feet to the flame when they're in office, when we can actually accomplish shit, right? That's my personal philosophy. But I do like to win. You know what I mean? You know? And so, like, I don't know. You're going to see this too. Like, I am, you know, I'm the same way. I loved Harris against Trump. Let me just tell you this. Okay. You ready? If Kamala Harris were to run again in 2028, I don't think I would vote for her in the primary, guys. I highly doubt that unless she fucking, right? I don't think I would. Okay. But against Trump, I was all in for Harris, you know, and because I believe that she was leftist enough that if she had won, you know what I'm saying? That if she had won, she would have gone further left than any prior president. I think Kamala Harris would have, you know? It's like, you know, I just, like, to me, I feel like we gotta join ranks in after the primary. Like, you know what? I would absolutely vote for Harris again. I would, but I would want her to I would want to see a little bit more of a progressive platform from her, right? I was a little disappointed with the fucking the military sort of ranting, and I was a little disappointed with her not separating from Joe Biden, but I also felt like I kind of understood that she felt like a lot of the leftists were never going to vote for her, and so she had to appeal to some of those more conservative voters, and she was afraid to throw Biden under because of the way she got the nomination. She was afraid that the staunch Biden voters would be like, fuck Kamala, and they wouldn't show up. And so I felt like she needed everybody on that, like, in that centrist and moderate independent and democratic side. And then, like, dude, I don't know, there weren't enough people supporting her, right? Yes, she wouldn't have stacked the court with conservative justices. Absolutely. I don't think it's just about the candidate. And I do believe fundamentally, you know what I'm saying? Right? That, like, the Genocide Joe movement, I understood why people applied that term to him. But once I saw that term get applied to him and the Democrats get, like, wear the stain solely of Gaza and not, like, the whole American imperialist system, I knew we were in deep trouble, right? Because I knew that the right wing was going to exploit that, and that was going to fracture the Democratic Party. And we still almost won, you know, like, even with that. But, like, man, we shouldn't have lost this election, right? We lost it because of, you know, Joe staying in and, you know, mistakes being made everywhere by the candidates, by the voters, by the fucking strategists, by the people who stayed home, you know what I'm saying? And I agree. When, like, if there's a Nazi and anybody else, you vote for the anybody else, like, willingly and fervently. But yeah, I know it's over now. But again, though, guys, I've said this from the beginning that I am concerned about how Bernie's going to hand off whatever he's building now. Okay. And will Bernie hand it off? Right? Because let me just paint an idea for you guys. Okay. Let me just paint an idea, like a worst case scenario. Okay. Where the right fucking coalesces around J.D. Vance's Palantir fascism, and we get stuck with a candidate like Gavin Newsom winning the goddamn primary. And, like, Are we going to fucking repeat 2024? And because we fucking hate Gavin Newsom, you know what I'm saying? Are we going to not back him? And are we going to sink us and get Vance and Palantir again? It's like, I hope not. God damn, I'm going to be fighting to not do that. Because I'm telling you this, I am going to primary hard for the most progressive candidate. But at the end of the day, whoever wins that primary becomes our candidate. And I'm going to back them. You know what I'm saying? I don't keep voting in the centrists. I didn't vote in the centrists. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, after the primary, I vote for whoever wins the primary because I want to win. You know what I mean? But America keeps voting in centrists. Yes, America does. And why? Here's why, is because I believe America keeps voting for the centrists. I believe because I believe that some of the really good progressive candidates are not good at building a coalition that wins the centrists into their platform. And maybe Mandani, I feel like Mandani may be one of those guys that could change that, okay? Because he is a coalition fucking builder, guys. He is not out there trying to change the system as a lone wolf. He's a fucking coalition builder. And so I think I'm thinking about moving to Wisconsin and running for Congress in the reddest district in the state, which is the town that I grew up in, which is all MAGA and all Trump. And you see how negative MAGA I am, right? Fuck MAGA, fuck these guys. I'm all over Twitter, but I'm still thinking about taking my crazy ass into that red district in Wisconsin and going to fucking door to door with those people and seeing how I can serve them and get them to trust me. Because that's really what it is, guys. At the end of the day, you know what it is? It's not just about the rally and just about the fucking the vibes. You have to be able to go to the people that don't trust you, and you have to be able to go to them and get them to trust you. And that's important. And in the Democratic Party, it's hard because we have a lot of factions. We're not just all white Christians, okay? We have black voters that are 70 years old that the Democratic establishment ended segregation, you know? Like, you have to get them to trust you. And the Latino men and women and the fucking white moderates and the far left, you have to go to all of them and say, how can I get you to trust me? What do you need? And then you need to build a platform that like speaks to all of them. And on a national thing, that's really fucking hard. You can't just like perform to your crowd. You have to find a way to fucking get all the crowds to believe in you. You know what I mean? Or your platform, you know? And that's important. And I'm crazy enough to think that, I don't know, maybe I could do something like that. Mandani did it really well, right? And the other person I'm watching is Kat Abu Ghazaleh in her, because you know they're going to come for her, right? You know, with Kat Abu Ghazaleh in Illinois, you know they are going to try to pick her off, right? Dude, Hal Sparks, I'm going to meet that guy. I'm going to meet Hal Sparks. Trust me. Got to raise the bags. I mean, you do and you don't. Like, I'll tell you this, okay? I'll tell you this. If I run, I went way past. But I'm going to tell you right now how I'm going to do Wisconsin if I run. Okay, first off, I have a lot of shit about me. Dick Strange, my crazy tweets, fuck Trump, fuck MAGA, a lot of really controversial shit that could threaten to sink my fucking campaign. Lewd behavior, you know, being a womanizer and a drug addict and a fuck up and right? And so the first thing I would do is I would find out who my enemy is, and I would probably leak some of my own shit into the media so they would come to his people, he would sick his media people on me and try to just vilify me, but it would give me an opportunity to speak, right? Which would be big. And then I would go door to door. I would knock on every door. My Twitch ban? No, not my Twitch ban. It would be like putting my shit out there so they would come for me. And then I would fucking, when you say get off your ass and do something, Clarissa, who are you talking to? Are you talking to Clarissa in chat? Is that what you're talking about? Why are you singling out Clarissa, right? Or are you using that to attack me? Like, why are you attacking Clarissa? What did Clarissa do? Like, because she's running you to town about the Bernie shit, right? But is she saying Bernie has you blocked on all platforms? Is that true? Dude, I thought you were like, does Bernie have you blocked on platforms? Is that true, or is she just fucking like yanking our chains? Dude, yeah? No? Dude, this is funny. But guys, I don't know. So, but then if I go to Wisconsin, I'm not going to have any money, and I'm not going to have the support of the Democratic establishment, I don't think. But I would go door to door. But you know what I do have? I have what Zoran Mandani had in New York, okay? Is part of the thing is I used a quote in one of my videos where they said Zoran is New York. He grew up there and he's of there. So I could go to that red district, right? That red district in Wisconsin where Watertown is, right? I think it's Wisconsin 5, right? But it's going to get redistricted because of the Supreme Court win. So maybe it will be less red. But I'm of there, right? If I go down to Wisconsin, right? No matter who I am, look at me, right? I could be the furthest left person, but I'm them. If I go to Watertown, if I go to that city, those people, that's me, okay? I can go into the room with any of those people. I grew up with those people. Those people are me. I was bred to have the same fears that they have and the same anxiety they have, right? And so it's Watertown, Wisconsin, right? And so I can go back there and I can plug into them. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you know what I mean? And so that I think is really important, right? In politics is that it's cause there's a generational thing. And for me, that was the thing about Bernie is Bernie, I love Bernie, okay? Back in segregation, dude, Bernie was standing up and speaking out against it. And so I need you guys to know that I fucking love Bernie. And I love what he fucking stands for. And I love the fucking truth telling. But the thing that was hard was Bernie he's from Vermont. And if you've been to Vermont, if you've spent any time there, man, I've been to Vermont 30 times on tour. It is white, okay? It's liberal, but man, is it white. There's now starting to be a Muslim population in Burlington and shit, and there's some immigration happening, but most of the generational trauma in Vermont is the white settler trauma, okay? That's why when Bernie goes to the fucking Midwest, those people just feel him. Everybody in the Midwest feels him, but the people in Alabama weren't. Okay, because the people in Alabama have black generational trauma in America. And Bernie never tried to figure out why the black generational trauma wasn't feeling what he was selling, even though they would benefit from his policies. And you know what I mean? I didn't see any indicators that he was doing that, right? He was we have to address the generational trauma in America. You know what I mean? If you're you do, or you have to smarm the election and lie and make a bunch of fake promises. But if you're going to do the honesty thing, you have to figure out, okay, if I'm going to go run in Wisconsin, I have to figure out what about, like, what did I heal that allowed me to escape my rural conservative Republican upbringing? Because I was bred to believe in the patriarchy and whiteness and all that shit. It's in my lineage. It's in my fucking DNA. It's in the generational trauma of where I was born and where I grew up. But then I did get whisked away to the big city, and I moved back and forth between LA and Watertown for years, right? And then, you know, eventually I moved to Portland, and I didn't even know what Portland was. I'd never been here. I just moved here on a whim. I didn't even know it rained here when I moved. That's how ignorant I was when I came to Portland. But like the thing about it is, you're right. We're not going back to neoliberalism, but we still have to, you know what I'm saying? Black people don't make or break your campaign. No, they don't. They don't, Dan. And I don't want you to think that, like, I'm not lumping it on there. But the thing about it is the Democrats we have a lot of factions, okay? We have a lot of factions. And if you're going to change, right, if you're going to make the Democratic Party progressive, you have to get all of the factions to buy in on some of the progressive nature of your change. That you have to solve that puzzle, okay? You can't have a progressive thing that speaks to white Midwestern America, but black Southern America hates it. You're not going to pull off the thing, right? You need to have white Midwestern America, and you need to have black Southern America, you know, right? And like, you're right about that. It's not, it's, you know, the white people are going to sink the election, but you can't let you have to have something that the white people don't sink it, and the black Southern older voters are inspired by it, right? You have to meet both of those simultaneously, right? It's a job for Cenk. No, dude, I honestly, guys, I know this sounds crazy, but I feel like I fit in this thing somewhere. I don't know what it is. Like, I feel like after the way I fell out of gaming and the way I stumbled into this, I don't know what my role is yet, but I feel like solving that puzzle I feel like I'm going to be helpful in it. And I don't know how. Well, the hard thing, though, is, James Freeland, is black and white rural voters are very different, okay? Because a lot of the white rural voters are, like, distrustful of the black rural voters, and a lot of the black rural voters are distrustful of the white rural voters. And bridging that trust, and I mean, understandably, like, I understand the black distrust more than I understand the white distrust. But I'm working on it, guys. I am fucking working on it. You know, I'm working on it. I'm working on how to sort that out, you know. But anyway, I got to go make some videos. I appreciate the spirited discussion, guys. And I appreciate you. Like, I'm not afraid to be challenged on this. I'm not afraid to be challenged on this. I do. You need to know, though, that I love Bernie. I fucking love him, right? I love him. I do. I love him. He's one of the revolutionaries of our time. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I mean, when you think about it, guys, let me just drop some knowledge on you, okay? Other than fucking dude, why am I blanking on his name? John, the civil rights guy, the black politician who died. Fuck, bro. I am like, see, I gotta be better than this. Fucking dude, what's his name? Oh my God. Fucking, dude, John Lewis. Yes, thank you. All right. Okay. So when you look at it, okay, dude, you have John Lewis. All right. Right? You have John Lewis right here. And you have Bernie Sanders. And like, literally, if you look at all of those white politicians, okay, Biden, all the senators that are in their 80s, the only motherfucker who stood up for this guy at the time was Bernie fucking Sanders. Joe Biden didn't fight segregation. He never said peep about it. He was a politician who was friends with those fucking Southern Democrats that switched to the Republican Party, okay? Bernie is like the only fucking guy in our Congress that said, you know, this segregation shit is bullshit, and I'm not gonna fucking stand for it. Every other politician just blind eye. And then when segregation ended, they were like, we're for the end of segregation. But they weren't. They weren't really for the end. Okay, they came in like Cenk is with Mandani, right? Where they're coming in now that they won and the Civil Rights Act was passed. Now we're fucking, right? Bernie was the real deal, okay? And I fucking respect the hell out of that. And so that you've got to fucking like recognize, you know? And like, dude, I was fucking Bernie, okay? You know what I'm saying? I was fucking have always stood up for the little guy, even when I'm getting my ass kicked, right? And there was a time too when I first moved to California where I went to a school in North Hollywood on Satakoy, the Satakoy Street School. And man, I got picked on so savagely. And it was like the kids of color that fucking took me in. They fucking saved my fucking life in 3rd grade, man. You know what I mean? And so I have tried to always be an advocate for the marginalized because it was the marginalized that fucking protected me when I moved from Wisconsin to LA, man. And you know, and Bernie like had that shit. Dude, Bernie was like the same deal. And the only one, he's the only guy of those old guys in our government that were like that. You know what I'm saying? You know? But even then though, guys, it's not cut and dried. Okay, because like there was a, you know, it's like, it's weird. It's weird how factions sort of like fucking like factions like can rip apart. You know what I'm saying? Like something will come up like Israel happens, right? And fucking Netanyahu happens. And then all of a sudden people that you never thought would disagree start disagreeing, right? And like, you just never know what's going to blow up the faction. But anyway, I do have to get edit mode, dude. I went, oh my God, dude. It was supposed to be a 2-hour stream and it's 4.5. Fuck, bro. All right, edit mode. Time to fucking, we're going to play one of my songs. All right, I've been going out with my music. So we're going to go out with a fucking, like one of my tunes. Eventually, we're going to have better music here when I'm going to try and get the copyright shit of my music sort of released so I can use it on this channel on YouTube without getting copy struck. I have to talk to the company that fucking manages my fucking copyright. But in the meantime, we're going to go out with some of my music that's not on Apple Music or YouTube Music. So we can get away with that, right? I guess we'll go with X's. This was an EP from early 2003. It's pretty poppy, but it's a fucking good tune. All right, we're gonna go out with this one while we fucking hit edit mode. All right, here we go.
Why don't you say that? Say it at your fingertips. Wanna kiss those lips? You cannot behave like that. Is that a fact? Well, mine's real stiff 'cause I feel all washed upside down and out of place.
Unerasing every social grace I lack. Like a heart attack, you can have it back. Goodbye, my love, without a trace. It's a good tune, actually.
Why don't you
lose your grip? I'm playing innocent. You got me turning on me. You never wanna give again. I'm shy when I ask you why. You don't know what to say, so you just say goodbye. Get good at comparisons, and even better at avoiding your friends. I'm so sorry, I'm so delicate. So there you go, goodbye, my love is out of breath. I'll see you guys tomorrow! My love, is it ever good enough? 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 See you guys tomorrow! Later! Oh!
Is it